Hello again, everybody. David Clary along with TJ Hibben, along with Mike Sheehan up here at Sevier County High School getting set for sectional baseball. The Wildcats taking on the Smoky Bears. The Wildcats winning last night's game 8-4. This is a sectional series, 3-game series. So if the Wildcats are fortunate enough to win today, the Wildcats are headed to the state tournament for the first time since 1972. Long time ago. I'm sitting next to these two guys here that graduated in 1972. And, the last time we were talking about this yesterday, the last time Oak Ridge was in a sectional ball game, had to go back to 1993, and I remember it well. Mike, I don't know if you went up there. You were probably still working, couldn't get off work. It was at Kingsport Dobbins Bennett. It was in the rain. It was on a Monday night. Michael Langenberg started. We lost 3-1. It was a terrible weather ball game. And 31 years later, we're back in the sectional.
That was a long time ago, but I remember I listened to it on the radio. I did not go up there, but that was the same year you and I started broadcasting together. So I do remember 1993 real well.
Let me run down the starting lineups. First off, for the Wildcats, leading things off and playing shortstop will be Caden Black. Batting second will be the pitcher, Camden Welch. Camden's had some great postseason starts already this year. Batting third will be Mikey Teasley. Had a big booming double, which got the Wildcats back into the ball game last night. Peyton Witter will be playing first base today. He is the cleanup hitter. Batting fifth will be the catcher, and that'll be Parker Free. Parker had the bases clearing double last night, which essentially gave the Wildcats the win. Batting sixth will be the right fielder, Richie Ferreira. Batting seventh will be the designated hitter, Cy Stevens. Batting eighth will be the second baseman, Kyron Welch. And batting eighth will be the center fielder, Warren East. And incidentally, the designated hitter, Cy Stevens, is hitting for the left fielder, Carson Fagan. Now for the Sevier County Smoky Bears, leading things off and playing left field will be Carson Martin. Batting second will be the center fielder, Knox Crimblas. He'll be hitting second. Bridger Hamilton, the catcher, batting third. The pitcher, Brady Scott, will hit fourth. The number 5 hitter will be the first baseman, Jacob Green. Eli Koch, the right fielder, will hit sixth. The 7th hitter will be the designated hitter. That's Kristen Hoffman. And batting 7th will be the second baseman, Landon Hurst. Batting 8th will be the third baseman, Braden Huffaker. And batting 9th will be the shortstop, Mason Ellis. The Wildcats last night winning 8-4. Back in the day, as I mentioned, this used to be a series. Or a one-game play, and it wasn't a series. Now it is a series. Like I said, in '93, we went up to Dobbins Bennett and lost that ball game. What's the best? As we're about to have our national anthem, stay tuned for that. The Wildcats are the home team today here at Sevier County. We'll be back in a moment.
Once again, as we get ready to play ball, welcome to Lift Davis Field.
There is our national anthem here at Sevier County High School. The Wildcats and the Smoky Bears because of a toss of the coin, the Wildcats are the home team. And you'd think that would be kind of unusual since we're playing in Sevier County and they are the Region 1 champions. The Wildcats are the Region 2 runners-up, but they tossed a coin before and the Wildcats won, and they are the home team. So we're about to get set. Mike, I know you listened to the ball game last night. 1972 was a long time. That's when, Jeff, I just went blank here. Bino, help me. Henderson. Yeah, I just went blank there. Yeah, thank you. That's what happens when you get old. You start forgetting things. But he played on that team, I believe, back in the day. So it's been a long time. And, the Wildcats are right at the cusp. If they win one of the two games, hopefully only this first ball game, the Wildcats are headed to the state tournament, which begins next week, Tuesday, and it's played in Murfreesboro at Siegel High School, Oakland High School. And obviously it'll be seeded, but we're a long ways from that. We got to win this ball game today.
Absolutely. It's a very key game for the Wildcats. And I can tell you just from last night, from listening to the post-game interviews with the players, they want it bad, David. So, and they think they're loaded enough to do it. They're confident. Hopefully they can come in here and execute like they did last night and pull out another big victory.
Getting a big crowd on hand here. I was kind of wondering at first. Obviously, there's been several different game changes and actually confusion on the game time. This is a 4 o'clock start. Here's a long throw down, and we are about to get set here from Sevier County High School. Leading things off for them will be the left fielder. That is Carson Martin. Martin leads things off against the left-handed throwing Camden Welch. He is a sophomore and has pitched some excellent baseball in the postseason for sure. He's had 2 complete games, one against Powell, and the other game was against the Maryville Rebels in the region tournament. I'll set the defense in a moment as the left-handed hitting Carson Martin steps in. And we're about to have the first pitch of the ball game, and here it is, and we are underway with a called strike. And we're underway here. The dimensions of the field here at Sevier County High School, it's 330 to left. I'll get it after this pitch. There's one just a bit high above the belt, and the count is even at 1 ball, 1 strike. In the power alleys, it's 340. Dead center is 380, 310 down the right field line. Welch comes to the plate. There's another called strike at the belt, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitch to the plate, cut on and foul tipped in the middle, and that is a strikeout, and that is out number 1 here in the top of the first inning. Defensively for the Wildcats, Peyton Witter is playing first base. Batting second will be playing second is Kyron Welch. Playing, I don't know, I'm all messed up today. The shortstop is Caden Black, and the third baseman for the Wildcats, Mikey Teasley. I'll set the offense or the outfield for you in a moment as that first pitch is a called strike to Knox Kremlins. He is the center fielder for the Smoky Bears. Pitch is hit on the ground. 2 hops to Caden Black. A high hop. He's got time. Throws on the first in time. And that is out number 2 here in the first inning. Outfield consists of Carson Fagan. He is in left. The center fielder is Warren East. Over in right field is Richie Pereira. The catcher is Parker Free. And as I mentioned on the mound, the sophomore, Camden Welch, who has just been lights out here in the postseason. We'll come back and talk in a moment here as that the first pitch is a bit high with the fastball, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. Mike, it's a sunny day here.
Yeah, it's beautiful here in the foothills of the Smoky Mountains, David. Couldn't be any better.
1-0 pitch is a called strike on the outside half of the plate. And the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. The Wildcats wearing their all gray jerseys today with cardinal numerals, the Smoky Bears, and they're predominantly gray with purple. Pitches on the outside corner. There's another called strike. And I don't know, the strategy seems to be early on, take pitches against Cam, but he's throwing strikes. 2-strike pitch. That one's outside. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Last night we just had a torrential downpour several times during the course of the game, but Wildcats were able to prevail and win 8-4. Here's the pitch, hit hard in the right field. That's a base hit. Went the opposite way, and that's the first hit of the ball game. And then the Wildcats quickly try to get it in quickly and almost recorded an out at first base. Good hustle there by Richie Ferreira, though.
Yeah, that was an excellent play. He come close to getting him out. He's about a step and a half, but that was still a good play. He made him get on there in a hurry.
Number 4 hitter in their lineup, Brady Scott. He's the pitcher in today's ball game. We saw him pitch briefly yesterday. Runner takes his lead off at first, and they were quick to go last night. Ball is cut on and foul tipped into the mitt, and the count is 0-1. The winner advances to the state tournament. If the Wildcats lose, they obviously, if the Wildcats win, they head to the state tournament. Sevier County has to win 2 ball games today. A little harder to see the scoreboard today. Last night we were in the night game mode. I'll have to just kind of remember the balls and strikes. That pitch stays up high, and Cam a little bit behind in the count.
Hopefully your paper won't get wet and you can't read what you've written, David.
Yeah, that was a disaster last night. I mean, it was all water soaked and bad. Welch, lefty versus lefty against Scott. The pitch. Hit foul into the woods off to the left. That's 2 strikes on their cleanup hitter. Jacob Green is on deck. He plays first base for the Smoky Bears. Casey Reed. Casey Taylor is the head coach. My words are coming out of my mouth funny today. Casey Taylor is the runner is going. The pitch is fouled at the plate, and he'll have to return. Casey Taylor is the head coach of the Smoky Bears, the former Clinton Dragon basketballer and baseballer. Saw his dad earlier. I see his dad now. Alvin Taylor, longtime coach of the Clinton Dragons, now supporting his son up here in Sevierville. I commented to him last night. He was wearing all purple. I said, I've never seen you out of orange and black, but you look much better. As that pitch is on the inside corner, called strike 3, and Brady Scott goes down. And that is strikeout number 2 for Camden Welch. We go to the bottom half of the first inning. We are live at Sevier County High School, and we'd like to thank Lynn Hart in the class of 1991, the district champion 91 Wildcats, and you might remember some of those players. Lynn Hart was on that team. Other people involved there were, of course, was Sean Summers, Sean Bird, Mark Summers, Chip Hughley, Bobby Moe, Mike Schilling, Tracy Johnson, Reagan Harris, Patrick Hayes, Jeff Bryant, Michael Langenberg, Steve Levine, John Schuster, Bruce Atkinson, and others. And I know you remember about all those names.
Oh, definitely. Michael Langenberg dated my daughter in high school. At the same time, he was playing baseball.
One other sponsor that Lynn wanted us to talk about, and that is to give kudos and thanks, a great deal of thanks to Joe Mason and his continuing commitment to Oak Ridge High School baseball. Joe played baseball in the late 50s and still a fixture at Bobby Hopkins Field and does a lot of work, and Lynn wanted to make sure that he was recognized. And, you know, Joe's been around Oak Ridge baseball forever.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's a staple around here.
Wildcats will send to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning. Caden Black, Camden Welch, then Mikey Teasley, as the catcher just a little bit late getting out for the warm-ups. And good inning. He gave Cam Welch gave up a hit, but struck out 2 for the 3 outs that he recorded. And he had 12 strikeouts, 11 or 12 strikeouts the other day in the win over Maryville. He has just been lights out for the Wildcats. And so is this guy on the mound for the Smoky Bears. Brady Scott, if you look at his statistics, he hasn't given up a whole lot.
I could see it just warming up. He's got the heat, David, and his accuracy's there. So this is going to be a very good, close ball game, maybe a defensive game today. We'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully the Oak Ridge can get their barrels on the ball.
Battle of left-handers here at Sevier County. The much better weather, still light, puffy clouds. TJ Hibbins with me. TJ and I are both hoping it'll be one game and done. And TJ, I had to get him out of school to come do the ball game. There's the principal down there, but you checked out legally, so you're not skipping.
As long as I checked out, I'm good. I didn't skip.
Here's Caden Black. Caden led off that 9th inning last night with a double, and that really kind of started things for Oak Ridge in the 9th. It was such a back-and-forth game. The Wildcats led 2-0, then it was 2-1, and then it was 3-2, and then it was 3-3, then 4-3, then 4-4, and then 8-4 was the final. Just went back and forth. As the pitch to Caden is a called strike. Caden, a 4-year performer for the Wildcats. Had a great career. Has been well documented by me and others. As the ball is hit on the ground, shortstop. It's going to be a bang-bang play, and he boots it. So a good start. You can see Brady Scott with his frustration immediately just kind of slammed his wrist down as Caden Black reaches base safely on the error by the shortstop. And the Wildcats will send to the plate the pitcher, Cam Welch.
Yeah, I think Camden is the Ricky Henderson of Oak Ridge High School base stealing.
He's fast. I mean, he's the all-time leading base stealer in the Oak Ridge Wildcat baseball program. And I would expect him to go. Of course, lefty a little tougher to kind of judge that move, and he does draw a throw. And back to the bag will go Black. Good turnout of Oak Ridge fans as well. Looks like the good portion of the administration is here as well. Good Sevier County turnout. Not quite as big as last night. Black takes a shorter lead off of first. Not going. The pitch. Bunted right back to the pitcher. He feels it. He throws, and they do have the force out, and the return throw is not in time. Wildcats probably didn't execute that the best. That's Caden is retired on a fielder's choice. And here's Mikey Teasley. Mikey had a double off the wall yesterday in one of the rally innings that the Wildcats had, and he pitched just a phenomenal game. Pitched 7 innings for the Wildcats yesterday. And he steps in looking down at Coach Travis Free. Cam got the bunt just a little bit too hard that time, right back to the pitcher.
It was. It just went too far. If it had been a softer bunt, it would have taken him more time. But as it was, he had plenty of time to make the throw to second.
Little shade coming in now finally. Wildcats have a courtesy runners. That pitch is inside and low. That is Izzy Mitchell running at first base for Cam. It almost sounds like he says Bobcats. Maybe he said Wildcats. As Izzy takes his lead, he's leaning towards second. See if he draws a throw. Pitch to Mikey is high and outside, and the count is 2 balls and no strikes. Here, Coach Free once again belting out the instructions to the team as we got a little breeze coming in now finally. We kind of dry off our backs just a bit where the sun was beating down. Here's the pitch. Mikey takes a strike, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. 1 out. We're in the bottom of the first inning. Scoreless ball game. The sectional round. The Wildcats won last night, as I mentioned, 8-4. Sophomore Teasley back in. Hits from the right side. Mitchell taking a short lead at first. Scott checks him and throws over there softly, and easily back to the bag goes Izzy Mitchell. Tyler Pickens in the house. Always good to see Tyler here. Well, on the team last year, District 3 Player of the Year a year ago. Also played football for the Wildcats. The 1-year player came from Hardin Valley. He's been at most of the ball games. Had his first season of college baseball this year. It's good to have him here. Pitch hit on the ground softly. Third base side. It's going to be a hard play. He does field it. Here's the throw. Not in time. And the Wildcats do have Izzy off the bag, though. And they'll get him in a rundown play. And let's see. Here comes the throw, and here's the tag. And he blocks the baseline, but Izzy goes in hard. Wildcats a base running mistake. That's a couple of miscues the Wildcats have had. I believe, honestly, the rule is that you've got to give the baseline to the runner. But the throw was in that area, and the Wildcats, that would have been, it was an infield single for Mikey Teasley. But then Izzy is retired on the rundown play.
You know, actually, that was a pretty hard collision. That when he finally got back towards second, the shortstop was playing second and really flattened him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Usually they especially in high school, they don't allow those kind of collisions. There's another soft one. This time to the pitcher. He does field it. Scott throws in time for out number 3. Wildcats pick up a base hit. They pick up, actually, 2 or 3 different base runners, but they are unable to score. We go to the top of the second inning here at Sevier County High School, live on our YouTube channel, Prep Radio. We've got a scoreless ball game. And I don't know, TJ, you want to keep up with the scoreboard here. and just reminded him of that as the Wildcats failed to score in the second. Once again, we'd like to thank the 1991. This is a sponsorship today of our YouTube broadcast is in memory or in I guess in just kind of congratulating and remembering the 1991 District 3 champion baseball team that won for Coach Nelson Glover way back in the day. There was a talented group, but unfortunately, Mike, you remember this. Unfortunately, that group had to deal with Todd Helton in that group at Central.
Oh man, well that one of the best teams Central ever put together. Everybody knows Todd Helton's history. I mean, he's Golden Glove, one of the best hitters ever to come out of Knoxville, and one of the best professional. Didn't he get in the Hall of Fame this year? As a matter of fact.
Yes, he did, and he's also a really good quarterback too, which a lot of fans don't even know that. But we saw him play. He played 5 different games, started 5 different games at quarterback against Oak Ridge.
I know. I actually watched him in California. He came in when Colquitt got hurt and played in UCLA.
Yeah, but I think he made a good choice by sticking with baseball because I don't remember. Mike can probably help me. It was probably the Alabama game where we kind of got banged up a little bit. And he decided, no, baseball's not for me. Or football's not for me. I'm going to stick with baseball.
That was what did it when he got banged up like that. Football's much rougher sport than baseball. First base is a lot easier than quarterback.
Here we go for the second inning. It'll be, let's see, the first baseman, Jacob Green. It'll be Green, the Eli Koch, and then Christian Hoffman, the designated hitter. That's the schedule, guys, for the Smoky Bears against Cam Welch, who gave up a base hit in the first inning, but struck out 2 as well. I describe him as big and burly, and I think that would be the best way to describe him. I bet you if he could get a hold of one, he can hit it a long way. Cam Welch comes to the plate. That pitch is a called strike on the outside half of the plate. One thing I've noticed already early, it looks like Sevier County is taking a lot of pitches, maybe making him throw strikes, which he does most of the time. There's strike 2. It just seems to be their game plan because all the batters in the first inning took several pitches. Strike 2. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Like Peyton Campbell's in the house today. One of our camera guys. TJ's doing it today. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the second, scoreless game. Ball is hit to center field. Warren East fast, but can't make it. And that is another hit. That is the second hit of the ball game against Camden Welch, and that is a leadoff man for them. Let's see if they get a runner in. They did yesterday. They ran a lot yesterday. I don't think they're going to run Green much, and he is going to be replaced by a pinch runner. And they will low 5 behind the pitcher's mound. And so they've got their courtesy runner in. And here's Eli Koch. He steps in, playing right field today, lefty versus lefty. Couple base hits against Cam here in the first 2 innings. Good speed at first. They ran on us yesterday. See if Cam can keep him close. The pitch. There's a called strike. He is throwing strikes. The count is 0-1.
Not to mention a little heat on it.
Cam has the sign from Parker Free. Runner going. They've got him picked off with a good throw, and he's out. So some base running mistakes by both teams have hurt. And a good play by Cam Welch. He stepped off, threw to Peyton, and Peyton threw a perfect strike, and he is retired on the caught stealing. 1, 3, 2, 6.
That's just good defense right there, David.
Cut on a miss. So that base runners, both teams have had base running mistakes. If a caught stealing is a mistake, it's an opportunity. Here's another strike, and that is strike 3, and that is the 3rd strikeout of the ball game from Cam Welch. And that one is looking, and the second one that's been looking of the 3. And the batter now will be the designated hitter, Christian Hoffman. Hoffman steps in for the Smoky Bears. 2 outs. We're in the second inning of a scoreless ball game, the sectional game here at Sevier County High School. Well, Cam's he is just hitting strikes.
He's throwing it right in there, David. It's a beautiful pitch and a lot of speed, and it's just the hitters are hypnotized.
1 strike pitch. That one's a little bit low. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. A lot of fans fanning themselves. The sun is hot. It's definitely warmer than it was yesterday. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Hit on the ground. Shortstop Caden Black behind the bag at second. Throws on the first in time for out number 3. Good defense by the Wildcats. Oak Ridge picks off a guy. They pick up their second hit, but they fail to score. We go to the bottom half of the second inning here at Sevier County High School, the sectional baseball tournament on our YouTube channel. My name is David Clary, along with Mike Sheehan. TJ Hibben is with us as well. The winner, if the Wildcats win, they are headed to the state tournament for the first time since 1972. If Sevier County wins this first game, we'll have a second one immediately following. We're hoping for one today here at Sevier County. We'll be back to the land of the Smoky Bears in a moment. Parker Free will lead things off for the Wildcats here in the second inning. The Wildcat yesterday had a bases clearing double, which basically gave the Wildcats the win, gave the Wildcats were able to score another run in that same inning when Cam Britton came in to score the 4th run of that inning. As he leads things off, batting from the right side is Parker. Wildcats have 1 hit. It was an infield single by Mikey Teasley, but then Izzy was picked off between second and third. Both teams have had base runners taking off the base paths as that pitch is down low to Parker, and the count is 2-0. Parker leading things off. Will be followed by Richie Ferreira, who has been really hitting the ball well for the Wildcats in the postseason. Then Cy Stevens. Pitch. There's a called strike, and the count is 2-1. Brady Scott's had a great year for the Smoky Bears, and he works quickly. Pitches outside. It's 3-1. You know, Mike, I know that maybe this is your first time looking at Parker, but for a freshman, he has a lot of poise.
Oh, he certainly does. That's apparent by the way he plays. Line drive.
Right to the first baseman, Green. Hit the ball hard. And I told Parker yesterday, actually before his double, that he had hit the ball hard, just had nothing to show for it. But then that double was definitely hard.
You know, his wrists are so strong and so fast. He really gets the bat around quickly. And, boy, he puts the velocity on that ball, and sometimes it's hard to feel.
Pitch to Richie Ferreira is fouled back and out of play.
It's hard to field, especially when it's over your head.
Pitch to Richie, takes a kind of a not much of a cut at that one, and the count is no balls and 2 strikes. Boy, Scott, he works fast. Richie doesn't even get out of the box before Scott's ready to throw again. 2-strike pitch. Cut on a miss. And Richie Ferreira goes down for out number 2, and the batter will be the designated hitter, Cy Stevens. Cy had a single yesterday. He is the designated hitter today. He is hitting for Oak Ridge's left fielder, Carson Fagan, today. 2 outs quickly for Scott. We're in the second, bottom of the second. Pitch to Cy, floats up high, and the count is 1-0. A lot of purple in the stands today. Kind of reminds me of Mrs. Muckenthaler, who used to wear purple all the time. I wanted to get a response from Mike. Knows exactly who I'm talking about. Pitch to the plate. Ball is hit our way and out of play. And right off that white truck.
Man, there's a dent.
Better than a silver van. Cy back in. Scott comes to the plate. He takes the strike on the inside half of the plate. That's 2 strikes on him. Game's moving quickly. 2 best pitchers, arguably, on their respective teams, at least here in the postseason. Although, and there's called strike 3, and that is out number 3. So Kai is retired. That is the second strikeout for Brady Scott. So we've played 2 complete innings here at Sevier County High School, foothills of the Smoky Mountains. We are tied at 0-0. I'd like to thank the district champions of 1991 baseball. The Wildcats won the championship in 91, beat the Central Bobcats. I remember some great pitching performances by Lynn Hart, Bobby Moe, and some great offensive performances by Sean Summers, Sean Bird, some others on that team. And we appreciate them sponsoring our broadcast. The TSSAA charges at this round $300 per game, and Lynn Hart, actually, this is the 3rd time here in the postseason he is sponsored. And obviously he part of the Okies restaurant and the Oak Ridge Bowling Center and Lynn Hart Construction Company, a 3-generation Oak Ridge family. His dad obviously was a baseball player at Oak Ridge, and then Lynn Sr. even years ago, a longtime Oak Ridger, and we appreciate them for sponsoring our broadcast today. I'm going to put the mic down. The music is playing. We'll be back for the 3rd inning in a moment. Welcome back to a very warm and sunny Sevier County High School. Leading things off will be Huffaker. He'll be batting from the right side, and the first pitch is a called strike. Cam Welch is pounding the strike zone for sure. Already with 3 strikeouts through the first 2 innings, beginning his 3rd. There's a breaking pitch or some kind of a pitch that hits the strike zone on the outside half, and the count is 0-2. Same lineup that Casey used yesterday. Fastball just a bit outside, and the count is 1-2. Travis Free is the head coach of the Wildcats. He's assisted by Will Maddox, Ben Peters, Kevin McKeithen, and Jeremiah Ball. 2-strike pitch. That's ball 2. Low. And the count is 2-2. Oak Ridge wins. They're headed to the state tournament. Sevier County wins. We're headed to a doubleheader today here at Sevier County. None of the fans in Cardinal and Gray want that, as that pitch is cut on and missed. And that is another strikeout as Huffaker goes down for his 4th strikeout of the ball game. And the batter now will be the shortstop, Mason Ellis. He hit in the number 9 spot yesterday as well. Looking over to his third base coach. Head coach Casey Taylor is in the dugout. I don't blame him. It's hot and sunny. First pitch is a ball, just a bit outside, perhaps high, and the count is 1-0. One thing I've always liked, I like their gym anyway because it's kind of a round configuration. One thing he squares the butt, takes the strike. One thing I like about their gym is that Smoky Bear on top of the roof.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. You don't see that every day.
Yeah. I don't know how that bear got up there. It's a long climb. He's been up there for years. I hope he's not hungry. Pitch is hit in the air right side, down the line, drifting into fair territory. Richie can't get to it. It's going to be a double at least. Richie gets the ball in, and it is a 1-out double. Richie had a long way to go, and we were shielded from where the camera angle is. It had to be right on the line, down the right field line.
That had to be right down in the corner, David. The way that ball traveled, I just knew it was going to go foul, but, because of the dugout, we couldn't actually see where the ball landed. So it obviously landed in bounds.
So they have a runner in scoring position, and back to the top of the order we go to Carson Martin. Carson was a strikeout victim back in the first inning. First threat of the ball game for either team. He squares the bunt, bunts it up foul into the crowd, and out of play. Scattered some of the people in purple and white down to our left. The count is 0-1. Carson will be followed by Knox Crimblis. He grounded out to Caden Black in the first inning. Runner at second base. Mason Ellis takes his lead off of second. Cam checks the runner. He squares the bunt again. Oh, man. Pretty good looking pitch. Called a ball, and the count is even at 1-1 strike. The umpire behind the plate was the first base umpire in last night's game. Cam fakes the throw back towards second. We saw that a lot with the starting pitcher last night for the Smoky Bears. Cam, once again, facing Martin. Checks the runner at second. From the stretch, once again glares back to second, and once again back to the bag will go Mason Ellis. As I mentioned, they ran on us pretty good last night. Nothing against Parker or our pitchers. They just had some good base running last night. As this pitch comes in, just a little bit low, and the count is 2-1 strike. I notice Coach Gaddis is sitting in the shade, away from the sun. He doesn't have much protection up top, so he didn't bring a hat, so I don't blame him. Scoring a bunt once again. The Wildcats charge in at first with Peyton. He pulls back the bat and bumps it up the third base line, and that's going to be a hard play, and that is going to be an infield single. They charged at first. Mikey had to stay around third base in case the runner came towards third, and that is an infield single, and they've got a full-blown threat here. First and third on the bunt single, and Mox Crimblis bats. He grounded out to short. Runners on the corners, the first threat of the ball game for either team.
Well executed bunt by Sevier County, David. He laid it perfectly down the line.
Cam trying to work out of trouble here. Pitch to the plate is hit foul. Well out of play, back into the woods once again. And out of play. Some of the Oak Ridge older fans will remember when Bobby Hopkins used to be called Ridgeview. There were woods all around it before they built the City Service Center. That's kind of the way it used to be for us. As they've got the guy picked off at first and they want to get him. Here comes the throw, and they're going to trade a run for an out. Sevier County takes the lead, though, on that stolen base attempt. The Wildcats traded the out. And
sacrifice steal, what I call
it.
A sacrifice steal.
And he is caught stealing for the second out, and Sevier County leads it by a score of 1-0 here in the top of the third inning. Nobody aboard now. Wildcats like to use that. It's a very effective play in high school. I mean, I remember we've used that for years, and if you remember, as that ball is hit our way, Nelson Glover used to have all kinds of little trick plays that he used to use. I remember one in particular back in the day, and I'll maybe get a chance to talk about this maybe the next inning. I don't know how quickly Cam's gonna get this guy out, who just happens to be Knox once again. The pitch. There's a ball. He would line up people, we'll say, down on the sideline there where it says home of the Smoky Bears, 6 or 7 people, and he would pretend like, as that ball is hit foul off to the right side on top of the building, he would, if there was a runner at third or a runner at first, either side, he would have the pitcher throw over to first, and then those guys on the fence would scatter like the ball was thrown away, as that pitch is a ball. And when all along, the first baseman had the ball, or the third baseman, and he'd tag him out. And I know it was a trick play, but it always seemed to work.
Pretty funny, yeah. I've seen that happen too. It is comical.
Here's a strikeout. Parker's going to have to throw him out. It's a high throw, but he does throw him out for the third out of the inning. But the Smoky Bears take the lead, the first lead of the ballgame. Oak Ridge right now trails 1-0. We'll be back to Sevier County in a moment. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School. Appreciate district champion baseball Wildcats of 1991 for sponsoring our broadcast. We're also kind of this game is also part of the it's not memorial because he's still with us, but just in recognition and thanks to Joe Mason for his recognition, for his success and contributions. Thank you. I'm having trouble finding my words today. To the Oak Ridge baseball program. Here's the pitch to Kai, low and outside. And the count is even at 1-1 strike. It'll be Kyron Welch, Warren East, and then Caden Black once again, the top of the order. Ball's hit foul off to the right side hard, off the little walkway, which came in handy to a lot of the fans yesterday when it started pouring down rain. TJ, how you doing over there?
Getting attacked by a bug right now, I'm not going to lie.
1-2 pitch, hit on the ground. It's going to go foul. Hardest hit ball so far tonight by the Wildcats has been the line out. Parker Free to first base. The Wildcats have had some little dribblers on the infield. Mikey Teasley has the Wildcats' only hit. That was a little dribbler to third base. This lefty's been tough on the Wildcats. Let's see what Kai can do with a 2-strike pitch. Takes one high and outside. That evens the count at 2-2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. We are in the bottom of the third inning. The Wildcats are the home team here at Sevier County today. 2-2 pitch. That's ball 3. You can hear the Oak Ridge fans are appreciative of Kai's at bat so far. Taking pitches out of the strike zone. See what Scott can do with the 3-2 pitch. Hit on the ground. Past him. He can't get it. Kai's going to have an infield single. Scott mad at himself. Pounds the grass hard. He came off and slipped on the grass, Mike, and that gave Kai enough time to reach first base.
Yeah, and he backhanded his glove trying to stop that ball too, David, and it didn't get trapped properly, and it came out. By the time he retrieved the ball, he was safe.
And the batter now will be the freshman Warren East, the leading home run hitter for the Wildcats. He's got 3 on the year. It's another infield single for the Wildcats. They have 2 infield singles now. And let's see what Warren can do. Warren with good power, good batter, good freshman, good fielder. Center fielder all season long for the Wildcats. Another one of those talented freshmen on this Wildcat team. Sevier County thinks we're bunting. That pitch bounces away. Kai with average speed. He's probably not going anywhere as he stays put at first base. Count is 1-0. I was a little concerned about something. I'll get to that after Warren's at bat. In on the grass at third base, holding the runner on at first. Kai with a short lead. Here's the pitch. Warren swings and he misses. Joe Gaddis, everyone knows him. He's a very superstitious guy. First thing he said was, because we moved locations from last night's camera angle, because we moved up here, if we lost, it was my fault. Here's the pitch to Warren. Hit foul over the top. And I don't know, was that the car or the same truck that got it? The car. So I don't know. That's not the best place to park. Two little white vehicles been popped pretty good. Kyron takes his lead off at first. 2 strikes the count. Pitch. Warren foul tips it into the mitt, and that is strike 3. And back to the top of the order we go, and that is strikeout number 3 for Brady Scott. And the batter is Caden Black. Caden reached on an error in the first inning, was retired on a fielder's choice, and Cam hit the ball that way. Runner at first base. He represents the tying run. Sevier County on top 1-0. Pitch to Caden is a called strike on the inside half at the knees, and the count is 0-1. Caden, a 4-year starter for the Wildcats. The pitch to him, a little bit low, and inside perhaps. And the count is even at 1-1 strike. Cam Welch is on deck for the Wildcats. Last night, Caden had a slow start. He was 0 for his first 4, then had a double. Kind of a night of the ninth inning as the pitches hit foul. Kai was running on the pitch, but he'll have to return. And Caden's behind in the count, 1-2 strikes. Good turnout of Oak Ridge fans and some students in attendance here, all the way up here to Sevier County. They had to leave early. It was a 4 o'clock start time. Originally, the game time was scheduled to be 3, maybe to accommodate people. As a pitch is ripped to center field, right center field, and it is going to be caught by the center fielder, and that's going to be out number 2. Ball was hit and hung up a lot longer than I thought it was.
He got a good jump on it. He jumped as soon as the bat came off the ball came off the bat. He ran it down and made a great catch.
So that's out number 2 here in the third. Kyron had to return to first base, and Cam will step in. Reached on a fielder's choice. Back in the first inning. 2 outs. Runner at first in a 1-0 ball game with the Smoky Bears on top. The pitch hit in the air, foul territory over towards the Sevier County dugout. It's going to be on top of it, just beyond it, and out of play. We're sitting in concrete bleachers today. Yesterday we stood the entire ball game. I was under a tent, but Sean was in the rain. It's good for him.
All right. Good thing he's waterproof, huh?
Yeah, well, he's got that kind of the fluffy hair, so it kind of acts as an umbrella for him yesterday. 1 strike the count, the pitch. A little bit low, and the count is even at 1-1 strike. Wildcats win. They're headed to the state tournament for the first time since 1972. Buddy Pope was the head coach back in those days. I think Gary Johns was on some of those teams back in the 70s. Ball is hit in the air left side, not too deep. Left fielder back on it, looks up in the high sky, makes the catch for out number 3. The Wildcats pick up another base runner, but they leave him stranded. We go to the 4th inning here at Sevier County High School in this sectional ball game. The Wildcats of Oak Ridge trail the Sevier County Smoky Bears 1-0. Pitchers duel here at Sevier County. We'll be back to talk more about it in a moment. Bridger Hamilton leads things off for the Smoky Bears. And pardon me, I'm going to try to do the camera work while TJ is indisposed. Mike, save that piece of paper that's about the first pitch is a called strike, and the count is no balls and one strike. Wildcats trailing at 1-0. We're in the fourth inning. Pitch hit hard right to Mikey Teasley, and that is out number one. Ball was a line shot, but right to Mikey, and that is the first out in the inning. And I'm sorry, I failed to move the camera. Not good at it. Let's get the pitcher Brady Scott in. Here's TJ back. So I'll wander back to my other seat. And thank you. That would be hello. Yeah, that pen died.
Oh.
Pitches hit foul back to the screen. Five. Scott was a strikeout victim back in the first inning. He was caught looking. 1-0 Sevier County. We're in the fourth inning. Ball's hit to center field. Warren East is there, though, and he makes the play for out number two. One thing is different about this game and the two games we've seen Cam pitch in the postseason. Ball's being hit a little harder off of him. Sevier County's put the barrel on the bat or on the ball today.
You know, it's such a beautiful day. You know, your vision's better, the lighting's better, the air's better. It's the air quality's a lot better today. Not quite as moist, and they're hitting the ball really hard.
Wildcats honestly haven't hit the ball hard as of yet, but like I said, Wildcats have been a team that sometimes comes in on late. That first pitch is evidently a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. The batter is Jacob Green, the first baseman. Jacob had a hit his first time around. He's 1 for 1 in the ball game, and he takes ball 2. A lot of community people here today, as well as students and family, as the usual suspects. We've got a little bit more today. Ball is hit foul once again, this time off the brick wall. Bounce back into the field, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Green will be followed by Eli Koch for the Smoky Bears. Cam comes to the plate. Ball is hit in the air again to center field. Warren back on it. He's under it, and the freshman's got it for out number 2. His first thought, and it is a sunny day, he came in a couple steps and realized the ball was a little bit hit behind him, but he recovered nicely.
Yeah, he had to get on his horse a little bit to get back quick enough, but he got right under it very quickly and just right in his glove. Great defensive play again. Wildcats playing great defense here.
I'd like to thank once again the contributions of Joe Mason, all he's done for the Oak Ridge High School baseball program, and our rights fee paid primarily in recognition of the 1991 District 3 champion Wildcats. Some of those guys on that team: Lynn Hart, Sean Summers, Sean Bird, Mark Summers, Chip Hughley, Bobby Moe, Mike Schilling, Tracy Johnson, Reagan Harris, Patrick Hayes, Jeff Bryant, all-state football player as well, Mike Langenberg, Steve Levine, John Schuster, good catcher. His brother played catcher for the Wildcats later on, Bruce Atkinson, who I believe is a pharmacist at one of the pharmacies here in town, and we appreciate them. They won the district championship and beat the Central Bobcats and Todd Helton that particular year. And unfortunately, as I tell people all the time, I think honestly the best baseball, this is a good team. We've had some good teams over the years. The best years of Oak Ridge baseball, I think, were 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. Those years were just phenomenal years, but unfortunately, those are the years that Todd Helton was playing.
Exactly. You know, just the way things happen sometimes. You know, there's always that one team that seems to be special. Knox Central was special.
Here we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Mikey Teasley leads things off. Mikey had a infield single to third his first time, and he leads things off in a 1-0 ball game. Brady Scott pitching well, and he's pitched well all season long for the Smoky Bears, the Region 1 champions. Pitch to Mikey is down low a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. I'm going to have to say this, and I don't know how they pick the umpires, but I tell you, last night's game was called very well, and this guy behind the plate's doing a good job too, and I love to see that. There's a called strike at the knees.
I agree. The calling has been excellent, David.
1 ball, 1 strike the count. Wildcats trying to get some offense going. That one bounced about 3 feet in front of the plate, and the count is 2-1. Helicopters going over the top of us today. I guess they still have those tours of the Smokies. 2-1 pitch to Mikey. He takes a strike, and that evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Have you ever been in one of those helicopter tours?
No, I have not. I've flown in Lifestar before, but never one of those scenic helicopters.
2-2 pitch is ripped to center field. Center fielder, like Warren, came in on it a couple steps and then had to retreat back. And the ball that's probably the hardest hit ball of the day so far for the Wildcats. And the batter now will be Peyton Witter.
You know, something I just noticed, David, it's a light wind, but the wind is blowing out of the park as they're batting right now.
See if Peyton can get things going with 1 out here in the 4th. 1-0 our score. The pitch. Peyton takes a strike. The count is 0-1. Peyton takes strike 2. Takes in a couple pitches. He'll be followed by Parker Free in the Wildcat lineup. Game number 1, hopefully the only game of the day. Pitch cut on and foul tip, and that's a strikeout, and that is out number 2. Wildcats only have 2 infield hits in this ball game, and Parker Free will be the batter. Parker had that big double yesterday. Got to get some offense going, give some run support to Cam Welch. Right-handed hitter. Pitch to Parker. He takes a strike, and right now Brady Scott's a machine too.
Yeah, he's throwing fireball right now, David.
Here's the pitch to the plate. Parker takes one just a little outside, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. It's a big umpire behind the plate. I was worried about him. His face was all red when he came back, but it's kind of been a sunny day. As the pitch to Parker hit right back to Scott. He fields it on 2 hops. Nice play. Underhands it on the first, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. Wildcats go easily. Scott pitching well. We go to the top of the 5th inning here at Sevier County High School. The Wildcats of Oak Ridge and the Sevier County Smoky Bears in the sectional round. It's 1-0 Smoky Bears. As we are live on our YouTube channel, Prep Radio, and we appreciate you watching our broadcast. I was looking at the numbers from last night's ball game. Over 1,300 people viewed the ball game, and for a high school baseball game, that's a lot.
It sure is. You know, there's a lot of interest in this team. When you're really good and you play as well as these guys do, they deserve to be watched.
Let's take a break here. The music's playing. We'll be back in a moment. David Clary back here along with TJ Hibben. Mike Sheehan's with us as well. We go to the 5th inning. Cam Welch has given up but 1 run. It was one of those 1st and 3rd stolen base type plays, and they executed it to perfection. They had a couple good hits a double down the line and then an excellent bunt, and then it resulted in their first run. Ball's hit on the ground. Second baseman Kai Welch fields it, has time, throws on the first in time for out number one. Both pitchers pitching so well. Kai playing second today. Yesterday he played third. Christian Hoffman is the batter. He grounded out to Caden Black back in the second inning for the third out of that frame. He hits number 7 in their lineup. He'll be followed by Braden Huffaker. Actually, he hits number 8. That pitch is called strike, and the count is 0-1. I'm working up a good little sweat here today, Mike. One strike pitch is hit foul. Oh, the third base coach tried to one-hand it, couldn't come up with it, and that's an error. TJ says, oh, that's nice. TJ says he would have fielded that one. No balls and 2 strikes. I'm going to talk to TJ a little bit as the ball is hit right up the middle. That's a base hit. You're right back where it came from. That's another hit. The Smoky Bears, let's see, that is hit number 5 against Cam Welch. And I don't know that he gave up 5 hits against Powell or Maryville combined. Sevier County just doing a really good job putting the ball in play. This is a team that won the Region 1 championship, and they beat a very good Science Hill team. Science Hill's having to play Farragut, and they had a fairly close ball game. Oh, Coach Maddox just took one either off his hand, off his forearm. He's okay. He's not even rubbing it. He's not even rubbing it, Mike. And his teammates are giving it to him.
He's got a black pad on it, thank goodness, where it hit him. But it's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I know he's hurting. He just doesn't want to show his team that. That ball came whistling towards the Oak Ridge dugout. Runner at first. Cam to the plate. Hit in the air, right side softly. It is going to just be foul. The right side. Richie couldn't get to it. Peyton couldn't get to it. The only real chance to get it and the best angle was Kyron Welch, but he couldn't get to it, and luckily it drops off foul. And the count is, I believe, 0-2. Cam doesn't seem to be too comfortable right now on the hill. Runner at first, short lead. The 2-strike pitch is hit foul again. Off to the right side. They had a double in that location earlier. They're just kind of waiting on it. It's a good approach. That's a good approach the Smoky Bears have had. Just kind of waiting on it to let it travel a little bit farther and take it to the opposite field. That pitch is on the outside corner, but low, I guess. Gritch fans thought it was in there. And the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Short lead at first for Hoffman. Cam checks the runner. It's a real short lead. The pitch, that's a ball. And the count, I believe now, is 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're live at Sevier County High School. We appreciate you watching. We appreciate Lynn Hart, the 1991 District 3 champion baseball Wildcats, for sponsoring our broadcast today. Pitch, cut on a miss. That's another strikeout. More importantly, that is out number 2, Mike.
That was strong, David. He just, reared back and threw it in there. I think he was really upset over that base hit before him. So he was fired up on that pitch.
Strikeout number 6 for Cam Welch. Right-handed hitter. Huffaker takes a strike at the belt on the Aller half of the plate, and the count is 0-1. 1-0 Smoky Bears as the Sevier County team bats here in the 5th inning. Wildcats trying to muster some offense. The best inning was the first when they had a couple on, as that pitch is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Other than that, the Wildcats just haven't really been able to put anything together offensively, and you got to give all the credit in the world to Brady Scott, who's pitched incredibly well. He pitched some last night. That pitch is ball 2. Parker, a good stop to go out and get it. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Cam kind of wandering around the mound. The mound is artificial turf. The home plate area is artificial turf, and that's really why we were able to continue to play last night in the rain. That's ball 3. Cam having a little trouble finding the strike zone here in the 5th inning. I don't know if he's getting a little tired. He's pitched back-to-back complete ball games in the postseason. And it's hot, and the sun's been beating down on him. 3 balls, 1 strike, runner at first in a 1-0 ball game. The pitch. There's a called strike. We've got a full count. Mike Sheehan's with me here today. Mike was pointing out to me it's been over 30 years since he started helping with our broadcasts at times. The pitch is hit on the ground. Shortstop Caden Black right at the bag. He steps on the bag for out number 3. He didn't have to throw it. He was right at the bag. The ball was hit right back up the middle, but Caden was kind of shading that way. He fielded it nicely, and that is out number 3.
That was a very nifty hand and feet play he made, David. First he fielded the ball, then he took his short step, stepped on the bag, and that was it. He was out just like that. Hit it right to him.
That is out number 3. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here at Sevier County High School. The Wildcats trailing the Smoky Bears by a score of 1-0. And we'll be back to Sevier County High School in a moment. We're moving quickly here at Sevier County High School. Wildcats got to get their offense rolling. It'll be Richie Ferreira, Cy Stevens, and Kyron Welch leading things off against the hard-throwing and very effective Brady Scott. Game number 1. Richie was a strikeout victim his first time, and he takes one on the inside corner at the knees, and the count is 0-1. Lefty versus lefty. Strike 2. 2 straight pitches. Usually Richie's very aggressive. Might not be seeing it well against this crafty left-hander. The pitch. That's strike 3 on 3 straight. Richie Ferreira goes down. That's the second time, and let's see, that is strikeout number 1, 2, 3, 4 for Brady Scott. And the batter now will be the designated hitter, Cy Stevens. Cy struck out looking his last time. Scott working quick. The pitch is cut on and missed. At least an aggressive hack that time by Cy. Richie's very aggressive usually at the plate. To take 3 straight pitches, a little unusual. That pitch is down low. We got to get him out of his rhythm. Cy's got to come in and out of the batter's box. He's just stepping out of the box and he's in a rhythm. Pitch, that's ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. A batter can do that. You don't want the pitcher to just get in the rhythm like he is.
Exactly right. Anything that throws off their timing would be a big help.
2-1 pitch. Outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Wildcats can use a base runner. Kai Welch is on deck for the Wildcats. It's only 1-0. The Wildcats have just not been able to get anything going against this lefty. 3 balls and 1 strike. The pitch. That's up high for a called strike. I guess it looked above the belt, but he called it a strike. It was down the middle, but it looked above the belt. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Timeout is asked for by Cy. Steps out. Gritch fans thought it was ball 4. Yeah, just can't let him stay in a rhythm. Here's the wind, the pitch. That's ball 4 for sure, and he's mad at himself again. He's really hard on himself. Anytime he's given up just some little infield dinkers for hits, he's gotten upset with himself, and that is going to be the Wildcats. That's maybe his first walk. I believe it is. First walk of the ball game. And the batter will be Kyron Welch. He picked up a hit his last time. Wildcats are going to get a runner in the ball game. Let's see if that's Izzy or is that Joel. It is Joel Pierce coming into the ball game. So Pierce is running for Cy. A little bit more speed on the base paths. And the batter will be Kyron Welch. Kai had a single his last time. He'll be followed by Warren East. Base runner, good speed at first, and Joel Pierce, freshman. He's got a good moves. He's got to be careful. The pitch evidently is a ball, and the count is 1-0. That was a good-looking pitch there, Mike, but he called it a ball.
I know, that was a questionable call.
We'll take it at this stage. See if Joel tries to get in the scoring position. There are one out. Is one out. The pitch, that's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. This guy pitched last night a short period of time, and he might be getting a little tired. I don't know what his pitch count. I think there's a rule in the TSSAA. You can only pitch a certain amount of pitches. 2 balls and no strikes. Pierce has not shown any movement towards second. There's ball 3. It gets away, and Joel will head to second. That's ball 3, and Joel's in scoring position, and he represents the tying run, and Kai's got a 3-ball, no-strike count on him.
Oh, that was just a wonderful thing to happen for the Wildcats. Ball bounced, got away from the catcher, went far enough away for him to easily trot into second.
I'm looking at that poor catcher, and I don't know how those guys do it with all that equipment on a hot day like this. He looks like he's burning up.
He does. I mean, even his arms are red now, David.
3 balls, no strikes. Runner at second base. That is Joel Pierce. He represents the tying run in a 1-0 ball game at the sectional baseball series here at Sevier County High School. 3 balls, no strikes. The pitch. That's a strike, and Joel draws a throw. There's a high strike, but a strike just the same. 3 balls and 1 strike the count. A lot of times when you got a 3-0 count, it's kind of like the old automatic. They're going to call it if it's anywhere close, and he did. 3 balls, 1 strike. Kyron back in, the pitch. Hit foul. Out of play, and that was a double whammy on another car. There's like 5 vehicles parked right behind, and all 3 of them, with the exception of the one closest, that Jeep, has been tagged. Runner at second. Kyron with a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Pitch. Hit foul off to the right side. And a little closer to my car that time as it went into the parking lot. And the count remains at 3-2. Kai trying to get this tying run in or get on base somehow. 3-2 count. Making him work just a bit. Scott comes to the plate. That's strike 3 looking, and that is out number 2. That is the second strikeout for him looking, and that is a total of 5 in the ball game. It's going to be up to the freshman Warren East here in the 5th inning. The Wildcats have that runner. You know, Warren's got good speed. I don't know if you want to kind of try to bunt to get a base hit and get Caden up to bat, but Warren's a good hitter as well, and he first pitch to him is cut on a miss. Warren likes to take a good hack at it, and he swings and he misses, and the count is 0-1. Joel Pierce, the base runner, at second base. A few times in the late innings that Scott's had to work. The pitch to Warren is way outside, and the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Right-handed hitting freshman. Got a freshman at second base as the runner. Warren steps out, interrupts his rhythm a bit. Caden Black is on deck, but there are 2 outs here in the 5th inning. Pitch to Warren. Hit well, hit deep to left. It's going to go and be caught by the left fielder. Ball just hung up in the air again. A lot of times in this ball game, I thought the ball was going to drop, it hangs up in the air, and a nice play again by the left fielder.
And I could see why you would think that, because I too thought that ball was going to drop in there. But like you said, it just hung up in the air. The left fielder kept drifting over and ran right into the ball for the 3rd out.
Ball was hit well, but out. We go to the 6th inning here at Sevier County High School. In this sectional ball game, the Wildcats trailing by a score of 1-0. My name is David Clary, along with TJ Hibben. Mike Sheehan's with us as well. We're on our YouTube channel. We appreciate all of you watching our broadcast. Today, the Rights Fee, brought to you by the District 3 champions of 1991 in baseball, and in recognition, too, of Joe Mason for his contributions to the Oak Ridge baseball program. Wildcats trail 1-0 as we go to the 6th. We'll be back in a moment.
Leading off the top of the 6th for the Smoky Bears, the leadoff man, the left fielder, number 21, Carson Martin.
Carson Martin leads things off here in the 6th inning. He's their leadoff man. He had a single his last time, was caught stealing on that rundown play where they scored their run. Wildcats traded a run for an out, and they have that run is held up to this point as Cam's pitch comes in a little bit high and inside. The count is 1-0. He also struck out back in the first inning, so he is 1 for 2 in the ball game. Outfield and infield remain the same for the Wildcats. There's a called strike. First baseman is Peyton Witter. The second baseman is Kyron Welch. Shortstop is Caden Black. Mikey Teasley at third. Carson Fagan in left. Warren East in center. Pitch is cut on and missed. And the count is 1-2. Richie Ferreira is out in right field. And Parker Free behind the plate. And Cam Welch is the pitcher. Martin will be followed by the guy with the first name of Knox. 2-strike pitch, hit right back to Cam. He's got it. Throws on to Peyton Witter, and that is out number 1 here in the 6th inning. Peyton has pitched extremely well. He's given up a few more hits than has Scott, and 1 run, but he has been very effective today. A little bit more strikeouts than Scott. And this batter comes up. He's 0 for 2 in the ballgame.
Yeah, that last batter hit the ball right off the handle, and I noticed he was kind of feeling the numbness in his hands. It jarred him pretty good.
You know, when TJ and I started the season at Gibbs way back in March, it was cold, and I can imagine hitting it off that part on a cold day. That pitch is out of the strike zone, 2-0.
Well, it jarred him pretty good today because it was right up next to his hands where he hit it.
2 balls and no strikes. 1 out, nobody aboard. 6th inning pitch. There's a called strike. The Oak Ridge fans a moment ago thought the first pitch was the strike. You probably hear the crowd get on to the home plate umpire. Cam comes in quickly, cut on and missed. Strike 2, swinging. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looking at the bottom of the 6th, the Wildcats will lead things off with Warren East and Caden and the top of the order. That pitch a little outside. And the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Man, I didn't notice that Coach Etheridge has some major tattoos on his forearms. Pitch is hit on the ground. Caden Black. Convenient hop. Has time. Throws on to Peyton Witter. He doesn't hold the bag. He didn't hold the bag. Yeah. Caden had to throw it quickly, but honestly, I know the Oak Ridge fans don't see it that way, but it looked like he pulled him off the bag.
I agree. I mean, I wish it didn't happen, but it did. He got pulled off the bag. The man's safe.
So they've got a base runner on, and we'll give a. Right. Yeah. There's no video replay for sure. And in the first place, umpire asked for help from the home plate umpire, and I guess he saw it the same way. I mean, the throw did kind of pull him to the right field side of the bag, and Peyton couldn't hold it, I guess. Runner at first. Bridger Hamilton, the batter. He hits the ball into center field. Warren back on it. Should make the play. Warren's been a busy bee out there. And that is out number 2. Let's see how many times Warren has, made 3 different plays in the outfield. That's out number 2. The batter now is the pitcher, Brady Scott. Brady is 0 for 2 in the ball game. He struck out in the first and flew out to Warren back in the 4th inning. There's 2 outs. The runner's still at first base in a 1-0 ball game in this sectional ball game. There's a called strike, and the count is 0-1. It's really tough for a lefty to bat against a left-hander. I mean, it's just really difficult at all levels. Here's a pickoff play, and he's back to the bag. He was slightly leaning. You know, Cam's move, I'm not saying it is a balk, but it's a borderline balk. It's a really effective. He's picked off 1 already in this game as the pitch comes in. Hit to center field. This is going to drop in front of Warren. And he gets the ball quickly in, and they've got runners at first and second. Nothing fancy at all about that one. Just put his bat on it and used his strength to poke it into the left center field, and they've got runners at first and second with 2 outs.
Poked it right over the shortstop, right into left center field, and they stole third, David. What was that all about? He ended up on third.
Well, it looks like they were calling time to get courtesy runners, and Coach Free's not happy about that. Yeah, Coach Maddox. The runner advanced from second to third, and Coach Free is saying, listen, they were replacing base runners with courtesy runners, and that runner should go back to second. The home plate umpire and Coach Free.
With that, I think you're right. He needs to go back to second.
Now the other umpire from the field, and let's see, they're going to call him.
He said that the timeout hadn't been called yet. It's the only thing I can think of, David.
Maybe that is a play that Sevier County has used in the past. It was effective, so they've got a runners on the corners now, and Cam's going to have to get out of the inning, and he's going to face Jacob Green, who has a single in the 2nd inning and flew out to Warren East back in the 4th. Runners on the corners. Sevier County looking for some insurance runs in the 6th inning. Cam Welch trying to close things down. Short lead at first, the pitch. There's the ball. Ball outside the zone. The count is 1-0. They actually called it a strike. A late call. On the scoreboard, they put it up a strike. I didn't see the signal. Thought he called a ball initially, but it is a strike. No balls in 1 strike, the count. Here's the throw over to first, and back to the bag he goes. Wildcats have got to be aware of that 1st and 3rd steal play. That's how they scored the only run of the ball game. Wildcats traded an out for a run. Might just let him go to second. He is going to go. That ball is hit our way again to the cars and off the side of the building once again. And the count is 0-2.
It's dangerous back behind us right here, David. I sure wouldn't want to be back there.
Yeah. Cars are paying for it. No balls, 2 strikes. Jacob Green, the batter. Cam checks the runner at first. The 0-2 pitch, that's high. They fake the throw to second, and that is a stolen base. They didn't want that run to come in, so now they've got 2 runners in scoring position on the stolen base. A lot of times they call it defensive indifference, but I don't call that in high school. I mean, that's 1 ball, 2 strikes. You never know in the high school game. Pitch, that's outside. And the count, according to the scoreboard, looks like it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. As I mentioned, Jacob is the batter. Jacob Green, he had a single. His runner was caught stealing. He also flew out to center field. Runners at second and third for the Smoky Bears. The pitch. Cut on and missed. That's a big strikeout. And down he goes. That is strikeout number 7 for Camden Welch.
And that was a ball if I ever saw one. It was outside a good 6 inches, wasn't it?
It most definitely was, but we'll take it at this point.
We definitely take it.
We go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Sevier County. The Wildcats need some offense. They'll have the number 9 hitter, then back to the top of the order. That's Warren East, then Caden Black, and then Cam Welch. 1-0 Sevier County. Bottom of the 6th coming up. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School. Wildcats trailing 1-0 in this ball game, and the batter will be Caden Black. I forgot that Warren made the last out of the previous inning. Caden bats, and it's always good to get him on base. Let's see if we can start a rally here. He takes a strike, and the count is no balls and 1 strike. The wind from Scott, the pitch, hit foul. Out of play to the left side, and out of play. Caden behind in the count now, no balls and 2 strikes. Scott has gone all the way for the Smoky Bears. 2-strike pitch. He swings. Do they ask for help? He's going to say no swing, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Looked like he did swing, but I guess didn't break the plane of the batter of the home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Caden Black will be followed by Cam Welch. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air on the infield. Should be an easy play at third. Third baseman catches it right in front of the bag, and that is out number 1. Cam Welch is the batter now. Cam steps in, another lefty. That's the trouble at the top of the order against this hard-throwing left-hander. He's been tough. And the pitch to the plate is hit foul. Over towards Mikey Teasley in the on-deck circle, and the count is 0-1. Wildcats really struggling to get any offense going. They trail it by a score of 1-0. Pitch, hit on the ground, over the pitcher. Bang, bang, play the second baseman. He can't come up with it. The Wildcats have a base runner. Wildcats pick up a base runner, and maybe that's the rally that the Wildcats need to get started. As the Wildcats trail it by a score of 1-0, and here comes Mikey Teasley. Mikey had a big hit. Had a big hit yesterday, a double off the wall to tie the ball game. As Izzy Mitchell comes in, the Wildcats haven't really been able to run in this game. Izzy Mitchell, the base runner at second base. He represents the tying run. Mikey, the batter, he's going. They got him picked off. Here comes the throw. He is out. Oak Ridge fans said it was a balk, but Izzy is retired. The Wildcats, their base runner is retired.
That was just an excellent pickoff play. What can you say? You know, he broke. I thought he may have time, but boy, they made a great throw, and he was out.
The Oak Ridge fans thought it was a balk, and I honestly had turned away and I didn't see. But Izzy is retired, and that's out number 2 as Mikey hits the ball deep to right. Not deep enough, though. It's back to the fence, and he makes the catch right in front of the 310 mark for out number 3. So the Wildcats, once again, are retired. 1, 2, 3. We go to the top of the 7th inning here at Sevier County High School. That 1 run is held up, 1-0 our score. We'll be back to Sevier County High School in a moment. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School. I've just got 3 or 4 different texts, including one from Brad Jones that said that was a balk all day. It should have been called, but they didn't call it. 3 umpires working the ball game, and none of the 3 saw it. But the people who are watching on the YouTube video saw it plain as day. But, that's baseball. Mistakes are made by the umpires, but there's 3 of them. They should have seen it. That's a big one, too, because Izzy was thrown out. As the pitch is hit on the ground, 1 hop, Kyron Welch. He's got time. He throws on a first in time here in the 7th inning, and that is out number 1. Both pitchers have pitched excellent baseball today. Unfortunately, Cam gave up a run. Christian Hoffman is the batter. He steps in. That's from the right side. We're in the 7th inning. The Wildcats are the home team. They'll get the final at bat, hoping to avoid a game number 2 today. The pitch is ripped to center field. That's a solid hit. They've had a couple of hard hit balls off of Cam, but he has pitched into the 7th inning, and really he's pitched really well.
He certainly has, no doubt about it. But there's some good hitters on this Sevier County team. Can't take them short, David. They're going to be a tough out.
They are the Region 1 champions. I mean, they beat Science Hill for the championship of Region 1. And Science Hill, I saw them up in Kingsport when we went up there. They're a really good team. They played Farragut pretty tough last night. So for this team to beat that team, it says something about them, and that's why they're the region champs.
Exactly right. We just had a good game last night, and things aren't going quite our way right now. But hopefully we can pick things up here shortly.
The Wildcats will have the 4, 5, and 6 hitters in the bottom of the 7th inning, but Cam needs to keep it right where it is. That pitch is outside corner for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Sun's back out. We're not in the shade anymore. 1 strike the count, runner at first. 1 out, top of the 7th, 1-0 Sevier County. Scott, and not a balk on that play. There was a balk on the one to Izzy. Everybody in the stands saw it. People watching on YouTube saw it. The 3 umpires did not. Whether that was the biggest play of the game, who knows? We'll see how it all turns out this inning. Short lead at first, the pitch, hit foul. Off the left side, barreled it up pretty good, but well foul. And the count is 0-2. Braden Huffaker is the batter. It's the 4th time we've played Sevier County this year. The Wildcats have won 2. Smoky Bears have won the other. 1 game was at Bobby Hopkins. 1 game was in Kingsport. And last night's game, obviously, here. Pitch, outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Coach Gaddis said if we were to lose this ball game, we're going to have to move down to the other camera location. We're not doing that. That's going to be too much work. Hopefully we'll rally in the 7th. Pitch, hit in the air to Kyron Welch. He makes the play in second base position, and that is out number 2. Out number 2 in the 7th inning. And the batter for the Smoky Bears is Mason Ellis. Ellis in this ball game, let's see, had a double his last time, and he bats. Right-handed hitter, or his first time at bat. He scored their only run. It is 1-0, and we're in the 7th inning. Pitch, hit, just foul off to the right side. I tell you, they have had a really good approach against Cam. They're waiting for it to travel into the strike zone a bit and just swinging and hitting opposite, and they've had a couple. He had a double that way the last time.
Yeah, it went over to right field again. He's swinging late and putting it in right field every time.
Cam checks the runner. It's a short lead at first. He draws a throw from the sophomore pitcher for the Wildcats, who's 2-0 in the postseason. Victories over Powell and Marable, the district and the region. Pitch. Your runner's going, and he should be out by a mile. It didn't even slide. That is a caught stealing Parker Free. A laser down to Caden Black, and that is out number 3. So the Wildcats find themselves heading to the bottom of the 7th inning in a 1-0 ball game. The Wildcats have struggled to hit the ball out of the infield, and they trail it by a score of 1-0.
Well, hopefully we can get our bats going here. We've got to if we're going to win this game. It's getting late, David. It's time to go.
3 more outs to play with. Once again, we'd like to thank the 1991 District 3 baseball champions for sponsoring our ball game today in recognition of their feat in 1991. I mentioned some of those players off of that team. A lot of them familiar names in other sports, like the great Sean Summers. And I say that respectfully because he was a great football player and he was a really good baseball player. And if I remember correctly, he got drafted by the Marlins. Could have played professional baseball. Of course, Lynn Hart was on that team. John Schuster, Bobby Moe, Chip Hughley, Sean Bird, Jeff Wise, Jeff Bryant, Tracy Johnson. I started naming off names. I did better earlier in the ball game remembering. But Wildcats are down to their final 3 outs, and they got to have some really good at-bats here. Be great to get the leadoff man on base. It's going to be Peyton Witter.
Time to rock and roll now, David. Got to get serious right here. We want to win this game.
Witter steps in for the Wildcats. Let's see what Peyton has done today. He's grounded out and struck out. He'll be followed by Parker Free. Peyton needs to have a good at-bat. Need a good leadoff man here, and the first pitch to him is a ball inside. Tell you, really good job by Brady Scott to throw a shutout to this point. He has pitched extremely well. Here's a pitch to Peyton. Hit foul. On top of the building over to the right. And the count is even at 1-1 strike. Scott working quickly. Cut on and missed. Might have been a change up there. And the count is 1-2 strikes. Wildcats need a leadoff man here. Parker's on deck. He had a big hit yesterday. Got to get Peyton on base. 1-2 pitch. Cut on and missed, and that's a strikeout. That's out number 1. The Wildcats are down to their final 2 outs if they're going to win this ball game. And Sevier County trying to even the series at 1 game apiece. Both teams have thrown their best pitchers in the first 2 ball games. Mikey Teasley, Cam Welch, as the pitch to Parker comes in. Fastball outside corner for a called strike. 1-0 our score. The run scored on one of those stealing first and third plays. That pitch is strike 2. Oak Ridge fans don't like it, but pretty good pitch. Parker, be a 2-strike hitter. Let's see what he can do. Hit foul. Stays alive. Hits it over towards the Sevier County Smoky Bear dugout. And the count is remaining at 0-2. Pitch to Parker, hits the ball on the ground, second base side. He should field it, he does. Throws on the first, and that is out number 2, and the Wildcats are down to their final out. Wildcats will not be eliminated. Sevier County would have been eliminated if the Wildcats if the Wildcats were to win. But they're going to have to start it with 2 outs here as Richie Ferreira. Richie is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Struck out on 3 pitches his last time. Pitch to him. That's up high a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Cy Stevens is on deck for the Wildcats. Got to get Richie aboard somehow. Aiden Hawkins in the house. Always good to see him. It's ball 2. And the count is 2 balls and no strikes. Scott, cut on a miss. Richie is still ahead in the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Second game, if necessary, will follow 30 minutes after. Ball is hit on the ground. Second baseman, he's got it. This should be it. That's the ball game. The Sevier County Smoky Bears have defeated the Wildcats by a final score of 1-0. A complete 7-inning shutout by Brady Scott. Hats off to him. He just was lights out. The Wildcats just couldn't get anything going against him.
Yeah, it's just a tough outing for the Wildcats. Just couldn't get our hitting going like they had last night. But we still got life. That's the main thing.
As do the Sevier County Smoky Bears. The Wildcats are defeated 1-0. I'll run down some of the totals. We're going to have to make a new stream, I believe, TJ, for game number 2. As or actually, want to just keep it rolling? We'll do that. We'll just keep it rolling and have one stream today. It's the same opponent, so it doesn't matter. Caden Black was 0 for 3 in the ball game, reached on a fielder's choice, actually an error in the first inning. Cam Welch was 0 for 3 in the ball game. Mikey Teasley had a single and was 1 for 3 in the ball game. Peyton Witter 0 for 3 in the ball game. Parker Free 0 for 3 in the ball game. Richie Ferreira was 0 for 3. Cy Stevens had a walk and a strikeout. Kyron Welch had an infield single. And Mikey Teasley had an infield single, and that was it. The Wildcats only had 2 hits in the ball game. And really good job on the other side by Cam Welch. You give up only 1 run through 7 innings. You expect to win, or 6 innings, I guess, and you expect to win, but, Brady Scott was just that much better today.
Yeah, he was just on his game. What can you say? He pitched an outstanding game. Wildcats just couldn't get it done this first game. Hopefully, they're going to sit over here and regroup and come back and win this second game and maybe make it to the state.
So the final score of the ball game, the Wildcats lose the first one 1-0. So we do have a game 2. Mike Kelly, your thoughts on the game?
We gave good effort. Just hard to get around on that pitcher. One of the best I've seen in a long time. But I feel really good about our chances in this second contest, and I'm already looking forward to being in Murfreesboro next week.
Final score of the ball game was 1-0. We appreciate TJ Hibben and Mike Sheehan. Like I said, this game will start in about 25 minutes or so they'll give them a little bit of a break. We made a executive decision, myself and TJ, that we were going to keep the stream rolling. So you can keep checking back with us, and it'll be probably in about 25 minutes. Game number 2, the winner to Murfreesboro in the winner-take-all ball game here at Sevier County High School. Going to turn off the mic. We'll be back for the start of game number 2 in about 25 minutes. We'll be back. So long. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School. We're still waiting for the beginning of game number 2. They said 30 minutes, but it has been a lot longer than that since the first game ended. The Wildcats were defeated in that first game by a final score of 1-0. And we're just waiting for game number 2. The winner goes to Murfreesboro and the state tournament. What a great job Brady Scott did in that game. I mean, nothing against Cam. Kim Welch pitched great too. He only gave up 1 run. And that was on one of those first and third stolen base attempts. No RBI on that one. But unfortunately, Brady Scott was just better today, at least today, giving up only 2 hits and just limiting the Wildcat offense, which is pretty potent. Has been. But, that's why he's a Mr. Baseball finalist.
Exactly. When you told me that, I thought, well, I'm not really surprised because he certainly pitched an honorable game today to beat the Wildcats 1-0 in 7 innings and only allow them 2 hits in 7 innings. That's almost unheard of for the Oak Ridge Wildcats. Hopefully, Dave, we can come back in this second game and hit the ball much better.
It's been since 1972 since the Oak Ridge baseball team has made it to the state tournament. Now it's going to all hinge on this ball game, whether they're going to go for the first time in 52 years or they're going to have to wait even farther. Wildcats, I'll run down the starting lineups. I don't know. I don't see the umpires. I see both teams have already warmed up, and I think it's more than enough time in between ball games since it was really kind of a quick ball game because it was a pitcher's duel. But it's basically the same lineup we saw in the first game. Caden Black will lead things off and play shortstop. Batting second will be Cam Welch. Had a great game pitching. He'll play first base today. Batting third will be Mikey Teasley. He'll be playing third. Batting fourth will be Parker Free. Parker will be playing catcher. Batting fifth will be, let's see. Let me make sure I got everybody straight here. Yes, I forgot Peyton Witter. Peyton Witter will be hitting fourth. Parker will be hitting fifth. Richie Ferreira hitting sixth. Cy Stevens will be hitting seventh. Kyron Welch will be hitting eighth. And Warren East will be the designated hitter, and he'll be the center fielder. The designated hitter, Peyton Witter, will be hitting for the pitcher, Alex Franklin, in the ballgame. For the Sevier County Smoky Bears, Carson Martin will lead things off like he did in first game and yesterday's game. He will be the left fielder. Knox Crimblis, the center fielder, will hit second. Bridger Hamilton will be the catcher. He'll bat third. Brady Scott will play first base and hit fourth. Let's see. Jared Green will be the designated hitter. He'll be hitting for the second baseman, Landon Hurst, in the second game. Mason Ellis moves up from the number 9 spot to number 6. He'll be the shortstop. Christian Hoffman will be the pitcher in the ball game. He is hitting in the 8 spot. Eli Koch, batting 8th, will be the right fielder, and the number 9 hitter will be Braden Huffaker. Still waiting for the umpires, still waiting for game number 2 to decide who goes to the state baseball tournament. The Wildcats had 2 hits in the first game and a masterfully thrown game by Brady Scott. And just as equally good was Cam Welch, but unfortunately the Wildcats gave up that 1 run, and that's all Brady needed.
That's exactly. It was a really hard-fought game by both teams. Great defensive plays during the course of that game, David. And this is why they play these games, these playoff games. And it's great to see 2 of the best teams in East Tennessee battle it out here in Sevier County for the right to go to the state championship game next week in Murfreesboro.
My name is David Clary, along with Mike Sheehan. TJ Hibben has been with us the whole time. A little longer day than he expected, but he seems to be doing fine. He's gone to the concession stand maybe 4 times total, 5 times, he says. So he's doing okay. Just feed him and he's happy. TJ, let's talk about football here for a second. I know you're not quite cleared yet, but you're getting closer and closer. And what are the outlook for the Wildcats this year?
I got about 1 month left until I'm cleared, but we're going to have a young team this year. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
When are you going to be cleared to play?
June 26th is my first day I'm cleared to hit.
June the 26th, is that what you said? So he had a shoulder problem. He's kind of been injury prone during his career. I know that's very disappointing to you, but it's your senior year and it's the last hurrah for you. What kind of outlook do you see for yourself, and where will you be playing?
I will be playing at linebacker this year. I'm not sure if it'll be inside or outside, but this year it's my goal is to not get hurt.
What game do you look forward to playing the most this year?
All of them, but
All of them?
most in particular the Clinton game.
You know what the coaches normally say is the first game. Jefferson County is the one I look forward to the most. Mike, you have any questions for TJ?
And you know what happens in 119 days from today?
The first game?
Kickoff for the Jefferson County game.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about Jefferson County on our way up here. It's just about 3 exits up the road here. It's not a very far trip at all. We've been there. It's been several years since we've been there. I mean, it's the, I guess the late 2000, maybe 2008, 2009. But it used to be a big rivalry with us. I don't know if you know that, TJ. Back in the 80s and 90s, Jefferson County was a big rivalry. Do you know that?
No, I had no idea.
They won, I believe, maybe the first 5 games we ever played them, and it looked like we were never going to beat them. We now lead the series comfortably, but those first 5 ball games were frustrating, were they not?
Yes, they were. I'll tell you, I can remember the worst loss we've ever had was to Jefferson County up there. We got demolished 55-0. It hurt my feelings.
They went on to win the state championship that year, Jefferson County, but yeah. That was Bill Young's last ball game as the head coach.
I was getting ready to say that.
Hey, Barry Houchinson sat in front of us here. How's the track team doing? I know they're getting ready. They had the sectionals. They're heading towards state soon, I guess.
Yes, next week on Thursday we got a relay team going down. We got Dylan Joe, our miler. Trying to think who else. We got a relay team going down. We got some good teams going down.
I know. Just been following like Seven Pettis all year long. She must just be able to fly.
Oh, she's amazing. She's having a great year. There for a while, I was joking with Coach Sawyer. It seemed like every time she set foot on the track, she was breaking a school record. She broke a 32 or 33-year-old school record earlier this year. So she's doing great.
Is our little friend Dallas Friend on that relay team?
He is. He's excited.
Dallas is a character, that's for sure. I know you know him probably pretty well. He's a character.
Yeah, I enjoy watching Dallas compete. He's a great athlete and great football player as well.
Thank you, Barry. I appreciate that. Mike, how'd that scrimmage against the William Blount Governors go last week?
Well, we definitely missed TJ on the field, but other than that, I was really pleased with the way we looked. It's going to be a good season this year. We lost some key pieces, but we've got some great kids coming back. Worked hard in the weight room in the off season, and we got a few newcomers coming up from Robertsville and Jefferson. I think we'll be able to help at least on special teams.
Coach Ted Mitchell is now the head coach of the Jefferson Eagles basketball team, and he was telling me that there's a 7th grade class that is loaded with athletes that play multiple sports. So I know we're all looking forward to that.
Yeah, I've heard about it too. We can't wait to get those kids up, but until then, we'll do what we've got with what we have, or do what we can with what we've got, and I really think we'll have a really good season.
Mike Kelly, I've got one more question for you. How hard is it to fill the shoes of Barry Saunders?
I can't even begin to do that. I can only hope to carry on his legacy. You know, he was my coach, 50 years ago or however long ago it seems 50, but he was a big part of Oak Ridge football for many, many years, and just to even try to accomplish some of the things he did with our special teams is it's a big task, but one that I'm up for.
Well, guys, I appreciate you trying to fill some time with me. It's more than past time for this game to get going. Here come the umpires finally, kind of wandering over from the field house. So we're probably just moments away from game number 2 of the game number 3, actually, of the sectional round series. Both teams have won. The Wildcats winning 8-4 last night, and Sevier County winning game 1 today, 1-0. Appreciate TJ Hibben. Appreciate Mike Sheehan. I'm going to turn the mic off once again. We'll have baseball for you coming up in a moment. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School. The umpires have met, and we're about to have game number 3 of the sectional round. And this game is brought to you today by PrepRadio.com. My entire crew, from football to basketball to baseball, we're sponsoring this broadcast. This is potentially is our last broadcast until the Jefferson County ball game. We might do some radio if somehow the Wildcats were to win this ball game and head to the state tournament. We are not allowed to stream the state tournament. The TSSAA has the rights to that, and most likely we won't be able to stream. We maybe can do some radio. We might videotape it, but this could be our last broadcast of the year. We started way on back against Jefferson County way back in August of last year, and we've come all the way to May.
That's really disappointing to hear. I guess we'll just have to, hook up with CoachT.com to keep up with the score. That's all I know to do.
Well, the NFHS network actually broadcasted. The TSSAA, they're going to make their money any way they can.
Oh, that's good, man.
No, it's not. It's not good that they make their money because they've made a lot of money from good friends of the Oak Ridge baseball program and the basketball program and the football program, as we've had to pay the rights fees for all these postseason games. We're glad to do it. I mean, we've broadcast over 100 ball games this season, basketball, football, and now baseball. And Mike, and you and I were talking earlier. This might be the most baseball games I have done ever.
I foresee it being ever, considering the fact that this team has won more baseball games than any team in the history of Oak Ridge High School. That alone tells you how many games you've probably done.
Yeah, it's over 20, which is, I didn't go to Alabama with them, and I had a few games when I was in Atlanta. But other than that, I have seen them play a lot of baseball. I've gotten to know these young guys, the seniors I've known for 4 years now, and it's, the good news is, regardless what happens in this ballgame, and obviously we hope Oak Ridge will win, regardless what happens today, there is a young team in that dugout over there, and they're going to be good for several years to come.
And that's very exciting, especially for me, David. I really enjoy baseball. I wish I had come actually seen them. I hadn't missed but 3 games all year because of you're all the streaming you've done. But this is a great season, and I hope it continues to get better.
And we're about to get set. It'll be Caden Black. The Wildcats are the visitors in this ball game. They were the home team in the first. You can start your recording there, Mr. T.J. Hibben. That would be Trenton J. Hibben as the ball game is about to get set. The pitcher for the ball game for them is Christian Hoffman. He's played the infield for him in the first 2 ball games as Caden Black leads things off for the Wildcats. Caden failed to pick up a base hit in the first game, reached base once, and he steps in, right-handed pitcher against the left-handed Black, and he takes the strike, and we are underway in game number 2 here from Sevier County High School. That cloud is the most welcome cloud in the history of clouds. Gives us some shade. Is called strike on the inside corner. Oh, boy. The first 2 games of this series, the umpires were good, but, man, he missed that one. Way inside. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And I think that might have been the makeup right there. Can the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Caden Black will step in. Hoffman comes to the plate. Hit hard to the second baseman. He feels it, fumbles it, and throws on the first in time to retire Caden Black. Caden hitless so far to start this day. We need him on base for sure. And here comes Camden Welch. Cam steps in and, he's pitched just a gem of a ball game, but unfortunately Scott, as we said earlier, pitched just a little bit better. And he was the losing pitcher, but, he pitched the entire ball game and just pitched great.
No shame in that loss whatsoever at all, David.
First pitch to Camden is high. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Mikey Teasley's on deck. The pitch. Mikey had an infield single, by the way. The ball is down low. 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch to Cam. Hit on the ground. First base side. It's going to be a race to the bag, and he wins. The pitcher covers, and that is out number 2. Wildcat bats have just gone quiet here today.
Yeah, really. Good execution there to get the Wildcats out, but things not going our way right now. We need to get the ball out in the infield, David.
Yeah, well, that's something we struggled in the first game. In fact, Oak Ridge had 2 hits in the first game, and they did not leave the infield. And let's see. It is going to be Mikey Teasley stepping in. He takes a strike, and the count is 0-1.
The first 2 hitters have topped the ball, David, making these little old dinky run-outs, and they get thrown out real easy.
There's a ball out of the strike zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch. That ball's hit hard in the hole, shortstop side. He can't come up with it. That's an infield single for Mikey Teasley, and that is his second hit of the day. It's another infield single. There's no way in the world. Shortstop's a good one, but there's no way he was going to throw him out.
He tried to glove it, and he got his glove on it, but it came back out and rolled away from him, and that was an automatic single. So the Wildcats have a base runner now, David.
2 outs, though. We're in the top of the first inning. The Wildcats are the visitors. Peyton was 0 for the ball game in first game. I mean, Mr. Baseball finalist was just perfect, near perfect. Throw over to first, and Mikey is back. Wildcats had a couple base running mistakes as well. Couple one caught stealing, which honestly should have been a balk called against the pitcher, but it was not. And umpires didn't see it. And then we had another one in a rundown that kind of stopped a threat for the Wildcats. As that pitch to Mikey Teasley, or actually to Peyton Witter, is out of the strike zone, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. Man, I love that cloud. 1 ball, no strikes. Setting up outside is their catcher. He's got to be tired. That pitch is a called strike at the belt, and that evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, you got to figure in a hot day like today, both catchers are just going to be just dripping with sweat, and they're going to be exhausted at the end of the day.
It's very taxing, and they definitely need to stay hydrated. Uh-oh.
Mikey is back to the bag. He got caught in no man's land between first and second. Catcher threw down. The throw beat him for sure. But the tag didn't.
Right. It got up under his chest, and he was able to get his hand on the bag before he tagged him on his chest.
Peyton's got a 2 ball, 1 strike count on him. Pitch. Ball 3, another throw, and Mikey's back safely. Wildcats just got to get their offense going. I mean, they struggled, obviously, against a good pitcher. This guy's probably pretty tough, too, Christian Hoffman. He's got a 3-1 count on the cleanup man, Peyton Witter. Pitch. That's ball 4. So the Wildcats have 2 base runners, and here comes Parker Free. Parker hit the ball hard a couple times, but had nothing to show for it. While I have a moment, I'm going to say hello to Carson Fagan's family watching our broadcast down in Texas today. Good to have you. I know we have a lot of Texans watching us today as Parker steps in. That's the good thing about these streaming games. These people can watch it from all over. Parker had a big hit yesterday. Let's see what he can do on this one. He takes ball 1. You know, one of the coolest things, especially more in football than some of these others, sometimes in basketball, we'll have people watching from Japan, from Korea, from Germany, service people. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's a strike on the outside half of the plate. More like the left-hander batter's box, but it was a called strike, and the count is 1-1. Parker asks for verification. This guy, I can tell you, of the 2 we've seen so far, his strike zone is much different from the other 2. 1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch. Parker rips it, foul. That would have plated at least 1 run. Parker behind now, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Man, his double to the gap yesterday, that was a deflating blow to the Sevier County Smoky Bears.
It was one of a blast, wasn't it? They went right over his head, rolled all the way to the wall. By the time he picked it up, 3 runs scored.
Hoffman comes to the plate, runner from third going, and that's a strikeout. Foul tipped into the mid, and that is out number 3. Wildcats pick up a couple of base runners. They leave them stranded. We go to the bottom half of the first inning in this do-or-die ball game. An elimination for Oak Ridge, an elimination game for the Sevier County Smoky Bears. The winner gets to go to Murfreesboro next Tuesday or Wednesday in the state baseball tournament. We are live at Sevier County High School. We appreciate you watching our broadcast. The Wildcats will be facing Martin Crimbless, and Hamilton, the scheduled 3 in the Smoky Bear lineup. And we'll be back to Sevier County High School in a moment. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School, the sectional round baseball tournament, game number 3 between the Region 1 champion Sevier County Smoky Bears and the Region 2 runner-up Oak Ridge Wildcats. Leading things off will be Carson Martin in this one. Carson got on at least once in the previous game. Let's see, he did pick up a hit in the 3rd inning, and he rolls one out to second, fielded by Kai Welch on one pitch, and that's one out. Good start for Alex Franklin. Alex is pitching. Shout outs to Tommy and Martha Lee watching, as they say, on the hillbilly side of Oak Ridge. That's what they said. Gary John's watching as well. We got some others. We'll go to the chat and see where people, if you want to put down in the chat where you're watching our broadcast, we love it. We got currently about 200 people watching. That's not bad for a baseball game if they didn't know when it was going to start. Breaking pitch from Franklin is a called strike.
For if it was ever going to start.
Right. I mean, we waited and waited for those umpires. I don't know if I guess there were lounge chairs in that field house down in left field. That pitch is hit foul, and the count is 0-2.
They look a lot more rested than the teams do.
And one thing I can see about the umpire, he has been consistent on that outside half of the plate. As long as they're consistent, the players can adjust to it. Alex comes in with a pitch. That was a little too far outside, and the count is 1-2. Alex does not throw hard, super hard, not like Mikey or Cam, but he has a variety of different, and I don't want to call them junk pitches, but he has some off-speed stuff, and he keeps the batters off balance. He's got a good breaking pitch, and here it is. It's hit to right field, shallow. Richie's coming in strong. Richie Ferreira makes the catch for out number 2.
Great job running in on that ball. As quickly as it was hit, he got right on it and was managed to make it look easy. But it was pretty, it was in a particularly hard spot to get a hold of, but he ran in and made the catch.
I'm sure Richie's grandmother's watching us out in California, as she always does. Mark and Shauna Haste are watching the broadcast currently. That pitch is outside. Mark and Shauna, big help on our prep radio team.
Absolutely. I don't know what we'd do without them. Really like those people.
Pitch from Alex is hit hard. Shortstop. Caden Black comes up with it, has time, throws on the first, low. A nice play by Camden Welch. Ball was hit like a shot. Caden Black fielded it, dropped at his feet. Didn't panic, threw on to Camden in a good stretch, and that's 3 up and 3 down.
And Camden had to get down in the dirt to get that ball, David. And he went right in his glove for the out. What a great play that was. I mean, that was a really bang play, a great play.
TJ, if you would, look at the chat and see who and where people are watching us.
We got Mike Kelly right in front of us. And we got Virginia Martinez from Northern California. We got John Ulrich's aunt and uncle watching from Long Island, New York. That's all I'm seeing.
Got to be a lot more than that. But is the chat on? I guess it is. So, and the Wildcats, Richie Ferreira, who made a nice play for the second out of the inning. He'll lead things off for the Wildcats.
And hopefully we can start really hitting the ball now, David. We've got to get some hits.
Richie had 4 hits on Saturday, 2 against Farragut, 2 against Maryville. 2 against Farragut, very impressive, and 2 against Maryville. He had 4 total. He's been just swinging a hot bat in the postseason, and we need to get the Wildcat bats going. And good start would be with get Richie on base.
Yeah, exactly. And it it's starting to cool off a little bit now. It feels so good out here. I'm just blessed. What a wonderful day for baseball it is today here in Sevier County. Sevier County's out here warming up now, David, and we're getting ready to have a whale of a ball game. The winner of this game gets to go to the state, and the loser is going to have to go home. It's a shame it has to be that way because these are 2 of the best teams in the state right here playing right here in this stadium, and it's really exciting. I wish everyone could be here in person to see this game. Thank everyone for listening in, and thank all our sponsors.
I think I got my voice back. It'll come back eventually. I knew eventually today, as many ball games as I've done, and plus this time of year, for whatever reason, there's something in the air like pollen or something.
Pollen is a lot of it. Pollen and your sinuses have a lot to do with it. Everybody I know's had battle with this pollen.
Well, here's Richie Pereira. I'll try to work through this inning, get my voice back. He leads things off. I did yell a lot last night, especially when Parker hit the ball to the wall. I was screaming pretty loud.
I know. I was listening, and I was about half asleep, but you woke me up.
As Richie Ferreira steps in, just got a text from somebody that said basically they sent the picture, the balk play that we thought was a balk to an umpire, and they said most definitely looked like a balk. As Richie takes a ball, and they say he swung, and that is strike 1. He did too. Oak Ridge fans are, yeah. Pitch, hit on the ground, first base side, fielded by the first baseman. He steps on the bag, and Scott has it for out number 1. Wildcats still trying to get the ball out of the infield. That is 3 unassisted. That is Scott making the play at first base. And the batter will be Cy Stevens. Cy really has had kind of a quiet postseason. He's had a few hits here and there, but he's been a big RBI guy all season long for the Wildcats and hit a couple home runs at Bobby Hopkins into the trees, basically, in left field. Takes ball 1, swings it and misses, and the count is even a 1-1 strike. You talk about, I remember a few years ago, Mike, you probably remember this. We came up here for a sub-state ball game, basketball. So that ball is hit foul off to the right side. We'll see where that's going to land. Out of play, obviously, but we came up for a basketball game, sub-state, a few years ago, and they filled that gym up in the first 10 minutes, and there was hardly any room for Oak Ridgers to sit. They've got a ton of people this one. That pitch hits Cy in the back, and he's not sighing. He's crying, and he's down to first. But you remember that game when so many people showed up here?
Yes, I do. The fire department shut it down and wouldn't let anybody else in. I was already in there, thank goodness. But, yeah, I definitely remember.
So the Wildcats have a 1-out base runner as Cy Stevens hit in the square of the back. And the batter will be Kyron Welch. Kyron can hit one down the third base line. We could run for a while. Cy has average speed at first, and he'll take his lead off of first base. Hoffman checks the runner. The pitch, that's up high. 1 ball, no strikes the count. Christian Hoffman. See the chat's lighting up now. People watching. Ben George, Cannon Sachs, Douglas Greenlee, Chris Black, Deanna Fagan in Texas, Gwen Black, Ricky Jones. Ton of them watching there. Mr. Hibben as he squares to bunt. pulls the bat back and hits it on the ground. First base side, he boots it, and the Wildcats will have runners at first and second. Tried to short hop it, Mike, but couldn't come up with it, and the Wildcats have runners at first and second.
It bounced off the heel of his glove, David. He tried to field it kind of in a downward motion. When he did it, hit the heel of his glove, bounced away, everybody's safe.
Here comes Warren East. You know what? I'm a generous scorekeeper. I'm going to give Kyron an infield single. Probably the scorekeeper might not as nice, but hey, these are guys I know. So Wildcats are going to get a courtesy runner. That'll be Joel Pierce coming out of the Oak Ridge dugout. He'll be running for side. He'll be the lead runner. Kai Welch will be the runner at first. We're in the second inning, scoreless ball game. Both pitchers pitched well in the first inning. Hoffman with his first trouble really in this one as Warren East steps in. Warren in the first ball game, let's see. Trying to remember back, he had one of the two singles for the Wildcats. It was an infield single. Pitch to him is outside corner for a called strike. He's consistent on that outside corner. Let's see how he is on the inside pitches. The umpiring has been pretty good in the first two ball games. I really can't complain, except for the non-balk called in the first game. As Warren has a one-strike count on him. On deck is Caden Black. Need Warren on base here. Somehow get Caden up to the plate. There's only one out. 0-0 the score. Wildcats were shut out 1-0 in the first game. There's ball outside, and count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out here in the second. Scoreless ball game, Oak Ridge and the Sevier County Smoky Bears. Oak Ridge dugout making a little noise, trying to encourage that freshman. Been a solid center fielder all season for the Wildcats. Pitch to him. That's a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. I'll tell you, Warren hit a shot, Mike, at Bearden over the left field fence. Was a rocket shot.
Oh, yeah, I saw that on the YouTube. That was a great bat. Woo.
Warren back in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Hoffman checks the runner at second. 2-1 pitch. High, ball 3. You know, you get down to the third ball game, and you've used your 1s and 2 pitchers, and you turn it over to your 3s and 4s, and anything can happen. Let's see what Warren can do. 3-1 pitch, hit foul off to the left side. That, as they say, is a major league foul ball.
Right down third baseline, what I wish.
I just want him to get on base, get Caden up. Warren's a pretty solid hitter. He takes a vicious swing. For a freshman, his power comes from his legs. I mean, he's got some thick trunks, and he can hit the ball a long way. But right-handed hitter. Runners at first and second for the Wildcats. The pitch. Hit again, foul. Out of play. And another car takes a solid hit. I think that was Mike Kelly's. Mike will be heading to his insurance man. Starting tomorrow morning. Runners at first and second for the Wildcats. Warren East back in for the Wildcats. His grandparents love to watch us from Salem, Virginia. We appreciate them. Here's the pitch. That's ball 4, and the bases are full of Cardinal and Gray clad Wildcats. And here comes Caden Black. Just the guy you want. He's been pretty quiet today. Most definitely has been pretty quiet, but Caden is a man where the moment is never too big, and this is his moment. The Wildcats would love to break on top. The Wildcats were shut out in the first game, and Caden bats with the bases loaded and 1 out. And the pitch to him, called a strike. Comes right down the pike. Caden reached on an error in the first ball game. Was 0 for 3. Picked up a double yesterday down the right field line. Pitch to him. Ripped off the first baseman's glove. Caden Black is going to reach base safely, and the Wildcats lead. Oak Ridge on top, 1-0. A hard hit ball in to score the first run of the ball game. Joel Pierce, and Oak Ridge leads it 1-0.
This wasn't clearly fielded, David. The ball came to him, hit him in the glove, but it came so fast that it hit his glove, bounced out, and everybody was safe.
And it's 1-0. In the score was Joel Pierce. Will give an RBI to Caden. And the batter now will be Cam Welch. Cam grounded out his first time. Bases still loaded. The righty comes to the plate. Ripped deep to right field. The right fielder back. It's up to the warning track. He makes the catch, but it's a sacrifice fly and an RBI, and the Wildcats lead it 2-0.
What a hit. I mean, it went about 3 feet away from the fence. He had to really get on his horse, catch up with that ball. He did a good job of catching it, but the runners were going to go no matter what. He's so far back, there's no way they could throw him out, and the Wildcats take a 2-0 lead.
Kind of surprised Caden didn't tag up. I guess with the play right in front of him, he didn't want to take a chance. But the Wildcats do score as their second run, and it's 2-0. And the runner is going from first, and that'll be a stolen base for Caden Black. Two to nothing Wildcats, second inning. Wildcats trying to get more. Mikey Teasley, the batter. 2 runners in scoring position. The pitch to him. Hit foul. Back to the screen. And the count is 0-2. Mikey had an infield single back in the first inning. Right-handed hitter. Facing Christian Hoffman of the Sevier County Smoky Bears. Here's the pitch. Breaking pitch outside. A little off speed. Might have been a changeup. Either way, it's out of the strike zone. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs, 2 in, 2 on. We're in the second inning. Mikey Teasley with a base hit. We'll score 2, I'm sure. Pitch to the outfield. Caden's the back runners. That pitch is outside the ball. And the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Warren East takes his lead off of third base. Caden Black. Pitch to Mikey. Hit in the air, foul. Off to the right side. Heading towards the high school. Bounces a couple times, and he stays alive. 2-0 Wildcats. I have a feeling, and I'm nothing against the pitchers today. I think this game will be a little more high scoring. You've got some pitchers who have pitched a lot of innings that are going to have to pitch today, and I think we'll see a lot of offense.
I hope so, because I enjoy more offense myself personally.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch to Mikey. That's another ball outside the zone. And the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We got a tremendous Oak Ridge turnout of fans here. Back in the box goes Mikey Teasley. Oak Ridge has scored 2. They have 2 on. Pitch to Mikey. That's ball 4, and the bases are loaded again. So Mikey's on for the second time, and here comes Peyton Witter. Peyton walked his first time.
You know, that if it wasn't just me, the catcher actually lined up the glove outside that plate that time, and he threw a ball right to his glove, and it was already a ball already.
They didn't want Mikey to barrel it up, I guess. Let's see what Peyton can do with the bases loaded. Like, as I said, he walked his first time. Pitch to him. There's a called strike. The outside half of the plate, and the count is 0-1. He's called consistently that outside pitch. Peyton Witter back in, hitting in the number 4 spot for the Wildcats. Pitch, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. So your base runners, Warren East is at third base. Caden Black is at second. Mikey Teasley is at first. Great speed at all bases. Ball 2, outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Peyton Witter.
We'll take a walk. Another run won't hurt my feelings one little bit.
Witter is a right-handed hitting junior. Pitch to him. Cut on a miss. And the count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 runs in. The Wildcats have the lead over the Smoky Bears 2-0 as we play here in the top of the second inning. Pitch to the plate. Hit foul. Back on top of the school again. And out of play. Christian Hoffman, starting pitcher for the Smoky Bears. Alex Franklin, he started one of the ball games on Saturday. Pitch to Peyton. Hit foul again. Off the screen. And what I say, Mike Sheehan, let's work this guy's pitch count up high.
It's getting higher every time he throws the ball, which is quite a bit lately because they're hitting him.
Bases full of Wildcats. The pitch to Peyton. Hit foul off his body. And once again, he stays alive with a foul ball. Good battle going on between Hoffman and Witter. Parker Freeze on deck. Parker has taken off everything but his shin guards. He's the catcher. It takes so long for those guys to get redressed. We hope he has to take that off in a moment as Peyton steps back in. 2-2 pitch. Ball 3. Outside and low. Runners will be moving on this pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Warren takes his lead off of first. Caden off of second. Teasley off of first. Peyton Witter, the batter, the pitch to him. Hit on the ground. Base hit! Base hit! Base hit! 2-run score! Here comes the throw! Peyton Witter, a 2 RBI single between shortstop and third, and the Wildcats lead the Smoky Bears 4-0.
Great hit, man. He just leveled that ball. It went so fast between the third baseman and the shortstop. Nobody could field it but the outfielder. And by the time he picked it up and threw it in, Oak Ridge has scored 2 more runs.
And it's 4-0. In to score for the Wildcats was Caden Black. Warren East also in to score. Moving over to third is Mikey Teasley. And here comes Casey Taylor, head coach of the Sevier County Smoky Bears, the former Clinton Dragon basketball and baseballer, and he's going to make a change. 4 runs in, the Wildcats on top of the Smoky Bears. I'm going to turn off the mic. Wildcats as Hoffman makes it into the second, but that's as far as he goes. And we're about to have a pitching change. We'll be back. 4-0 Wildcats. We'll be back in a moment. Are they going to bleach their hair? Yeah, I see a lot of people in Atlanta, baseball players in the Atlanta area. If they go to the state tournament, they bleach their hair. Is that something the Wildcats have said they're going to do?
Oh yeah, I know Richie Ferreira claimed he's going to do it. So
I'd love to see Caden Black with a bleached blonde hair. Pitch hit foul off the leg of Parker Free. The Wildcats have runners on the corners. Big hit just a moment ago by Peyton Witter, and that chased Hoffman out of the ball game, and the Wildcats have the lead. A lot of baseball to be played. As we saw in the Maryville game, Oak Ridge took a 9-0 lead, and although they ended up winning, they had to hold on for dear life in that game. As Parker steps in, Mikey Teasley is the runner now at third. The Wildcats have Peyton at first. The pitch to Parker, hit on the ground, this time to the shortstop. He feels it, goes the short route, and gets the force out of Peyton at second. But the Wildcats do score 4 times. 2 hits, 1 error. The Wildcats leave 2. We go to the bottom half of the second inning. Live here at Sevier County High School. The Wildcats on top of Sevier County by a score of 4-0. My name is David Clary, along with TJ Hibben, along with Mike Sheehan, here at Sevier County High School on our YouTube channel, Prep Radio. The sponsor for our game, the person who paid the rights fee, is prepradio.com for our third game. I appreciate my entire staff. I can, if I try to think of all their names, I'll start with football. We had Alex Myers, of course. Mike was part of that program. Mark and Shauna Haste, John Ulrich did camera work. Caleb Riker did camera work for us, along with Matthew Charles.
Ben George.
Ben George, of course. Oh, yeah. Ben's been texting me this whole ball game. And in basketball, of course, we had TJ. We had Ethan Eubanks helped us out. And like I said, once I start naming them off, I'll forget them.
Bashawn Niles.
Oh, yeah, him. Of course. He's my number one guy in basketball and baseball. And just a number one kid, too.
He's a wonderful kid. I really enjoy being around that young man. And David, I wish him the best life had to offer when he gets to East Tennessee State. They've got one whale of a player when they got him.
Most definitely, and a well of a character. He is just a solid kid. We go to the bottom of the second. It's been a long wait for Alex Franklin, but well worth the wait. The Wildcats were shut out in the first game, 1-0. They scored 4 this inning. A lot of baseball to be played. Here comes Brady Scott. He pitched a whale of a game in the first game. Like we said, hats off to him. Alex Franklin's first pitch is a called strike on the inside corner, and Brady doesn't like it. Met his mother earlier. Really nice lady. She was really nice when I was handing her checks.
Anytime you give a woman money, you're going to make her happy.
Mike, if Ann is listening, you are sleeping on the couch tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. And it finally got cool here. TJ and I are happy about that. That ball is hit foul off the end of the bat to the left side. Got around on it slowly. And Alex Franklin's ahead in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Alex retired the side in order in the first inning. Used his pitch to contact philosophy. No strikeouts, but his defense did the work. As Franklin works from the stretch, the 2-strike pitch hit softly. Left field line, laying out for it with Cy Stevens. He can't get it, and it's going to be a leadoff double. He had to come a long way, and I'll give him a lot of credit. Cy dove for it, just fair, and it's a double.
Yes, it was. That was the hit I was hoping Oak Ridge would have a while ago. He hit it within about 3 feet inside the baseline, and it was a fair ball, and he hit it deep enough to where he could make a double out of it.
So Brady Scott is aboard. First hit of the ball game for the Smoky Bears. And the batter will be Jerry Green, the designated hitter. He's hitting for their second baseman in this ball game. He played first in the last ball game while Scott was pitching. He's a right-handed hitter. As I have said every time I've seen this guy step up, he looks like he could probably hit the ball to their football field, which is a good ways across. You might be able to see it in the distance beyond the left center field fence. Beautiful facility here at Sevier County. 1 ball is the count. The pitch, a little bit high, I guess.
Let's just say if he had his weight behind it, he would definitely go that far.
I'm glad, Mike, you're saying these things and keeping me out of trouble. 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch. Foul ball. That's a foul ball off the bat. It almost hit him, and he didn't get the bat down quick enough, and Alex caught a break there.
Yeah, he did, because it just, the way the angle of the bat actually hit the ball.
2 balls, 1 strike. Runner at second. Nobody out here in the bottom of the second. 4-0 Wildcats. Alex Franklin comes to the plate. Ball ripped into center field. That's another hard hit. Warren comes up with it quickly, and they'll have runners on the corners with nobody out. Hard hit ball. That ball was smoked right up the middle. Nothing that Caden could do on that one. And they've got runners at first and third. You've got to know they're the region champions. They're not going to go away. They're going to come, and they're going to come full board at the Wildcats.
I'm almost surprised he didn't run on home on that throw in, but, they fielded it really well and kept him from getting it to run in. But they've got runners on the corners now.
Let's see what Alex can do to get out of trouble. The shortstop, Mason Ellis. Mason had a really good game last night hitting the ball. He'd been hitting in the first 2 games in the 9-hole, but he's moved up in the order to the 6-hole. He's had some pretty good contact in the first 2 ball games. He takes one up high. 4-0 Wildcats, but it's getting interesting again as the Smoky Bears bat here in the second inning. Alex Franklin comes to the plate. Fastball on the outside half of the plate, and the count is even.
Beautiful pitch that time, David. He had the batter fooled all the way that time. It was like he let up a little bit on it, and he couldn't get it around fast enough.
1 ball, 1 strike. Franklin checks the runner at first. Not going. A little bit outside. Count is 2-1. Took something off of that one. TJ, boy, this cloud. Now finally the sun's gone down below us.
Yeah, I've been waiting on this moment since we got here. It's been burning up.
2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Hit in the air softly on the infield. Kyron Welch. No, it's Camden Welch. His little brother. Little brother makes the catch in front of big brother. Although physically it's the opposite, but in age-wise, Camden's the little brother, and that is out number 1. That's a good out there. And the batter now will be the pitcher, the starting pitcher. He got removed, Christian Hoffman. Right-handed batter against Franklin. Double play would be nice right here, or another one of those pop-ups. That's not going to help. That's a base hit down the line. Alex hung that one, and 1 run is in. Cy comes up with it. Green is not the fastest, and they've got a run in, and it's 4-1. That pitch, Alex hung that in the strike zone, and he popped on it.
Yeah, he did. He jumped right on that ball and placed it perfectly right down the third base line, just in about, again, 3 feet side inside the line. And before he could get over there and get it, they scored a run.
Jeremiah Ball, the pitching coach, comes in, giving RBI to Hoffman. In to score, Brady Scott. And Jacob Green got all the way. Jerry, I'm trying to read this writing. I think it's Jacob Green goes all the way to third. So they've got runners at second and third. And Jeremiah Ball talking with Alex Franklin. Yeah, he hung that one right in the strike zone. And
he's talking to him about right now. His ball placement was not good on that pitch. I mean, he just came up and nailed it right where he wanted.
So the tying run comes to the plate. It's now 4-1. Wildcats. Good job, TJ. I know it's been long. I know the sun is kind of wearing us down a little bit. I'm just glad I got my voice back after the first inning started. And the batter now, let's see, will be Eli Koch, I believe. Bats from the left side. They've got 2 runners in scoring position. The Wildcats scored 4 in the top of the inning. The Smoky Bears threatening to get more in the bottom of the second. They've got 2 on. Not a lot of speed at third. Pitches a fastball down low. And the count is 1 ball and no strikes. A lot of kids watching this game. It's a well-attended sectional ball game here at Sevier County. They love their sports. 1-0 pitch. Hit foul up the first base line. And well out of play. And the count is 1-1. Hey, Mike, is Jeff Huckabee watching us down in Atlanta today?
He's in Sharpsburg, Georgia, watching.
He member of that 93 team that made it to the sectional. That pitch is hit foul off to the right side. So Alex trying to get out, kind of limit the damage here in the second inning. He's given up 1 run. There's only one out. There's 2 on in a 4-1 ball game. Fresh baseballs delivered from the Sevier County dugout. You know, back in the old days, they only used about 3 balls a game. But now, if it gets scuffed just a little bit, they take it out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Hit hard. Got to cover the bag. Nobody did, and a run scores. Cam came off the bag. Alex came that way. I think Kai was going to try to field it as well. So they've got another run, and it is 4-2 as Green comes in to score, and they've got a runner now at third. Ball was hit very softly in the infield. That's an RBI, and Huffaker is the batter, and it's 4-2, and they've got 2 on again.
I thought he ought to let his brother field that ball and stay on the bag.
Yeah, it's kind of hard when the ball's coming to you to make that choice. Number 9 hitter got a ground ball that he wanted. Is that pitch? Nice stop by Parker. And the count is 1-0. 4-2 now. They've got a runner at third in the person of Christian Hoffman. They've got a runner at first and Eli. Alex trying to work out of trouble. Pitch. Outside. 2 balls and no strikes. I don't know if we have anybody warming up. Might be just Alex's game. It's hard to see the bullpen from here. 2-0 pitch. Hit foul. Back to the netting. And the count is 2-1. Wildcats lost the first game 1-0. The winner of this game heads to the state tournament. Neither team giving an inch. Both teams, they're the Region 1 champions. The Wildcats runners up to Farragut in Region 2. They beat a good Science Hill team to get to this home sectional game. Pitch is outside. He wanted to swing, but he just couldn't pull the trigger, and the count is 3-1.
Yeah, we need some strikes right here, David. We need to get out of this mess.
Runners on the corners. 3 balls, 1 strike. 4-2 the score. The pitch. There's a fastball for a called strike. Laid off the breaking pitch and just came with the number 1, and the count is 3-2. 1 out, 2 in, 4-2 Wildcats. Huffaker steps back in. 3-2 pitch for the runner going. Ball is hit foul. Out of play once again into the parking lot. This time failed to hit a vehicle. And the count remains full at 3-2. You're exactly right. Somewhere, Caleb Riker is ducking on that foul ball. Throw over to first and back safely to the bag will go that is Eli Koch. Right-handed hitter, runners on the corners, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Alex got him 1-2-3 in the first, has had trouble this inning. That pitch is hit to center field. Warren East has got it. Tagging. Here comes Warren's throw. It's going to be a bang-bang play at the plate. Out! He's out! He's out! You're out! You're out! You're out! You're out! You're out! Nice throw. Warren East. Parker free. Christian Hoffman. Gun down at the plate, and it's 4-2.
He threw a laser, David. That ball came in there perfectly. It took a perfect bounce, came right to Parker. Parker laid it right on him for a huge out.
And a double play ends the inning, but the Smoky Bears scored 2 times to make it a 4-2 ball game. We go to the top of the third here at Sevier County. What a game. What a series. We have seen 3 so far really good ball games. 2 very good baseball teams playing here, and one of them will go to the state tournament.
Hey, this has been a super matchup, David. Both these teams giving it everything they've got right now. One of them's going to get to go to Murfreesboro. The other one's going to put the bats up for the year.
We go to the third inning. We'll be back in a moment. There's a base hit for Richie Ferreira. One pitch, one base hit for Richie. Takes that wide swing around first. He did that one time against Central and it worked. He did that one time, I think, against Maryville or Farragut, and it didn't work, Mike.
No, it did not.
That's Mike Kelly, but it's a good start for the Wildcats here in the third as Mike Kelly gives us his expert commentary. Thank you, Mike. So am I, actually, as Richie picks up his first base hit of this ball game. And the batter now will be Cy Stevens, and he takes the strike. Popping the second pitcher for the Smoky Bears. Hoffman started ball game. Richie's just a good, solid baseball player. I mean, he has really come alive here in the postseason. He's hit the ball hard. Plays some really good right field for the Wildcats, too.
Oh, defense is key, I'm telling you. And, you know, people think right field's not the most glamorous position. You got to be able to play over there.
Here's the pitch to Cy. Cut on and missed. And the count is 1-2. On deck for the Wildcats is Kyron Welch. Richie, a leadoff single. He's the base runner at first, and a 4-2 ball game as we're in the third. Cy Stevens, the pitch to him. Hit in the air. Shallow center field. Richie goes halfway. The outfielder he drops it. Unfortunately, though, they'll get the out.
Well,
so it ends up as being the same.
yeah, it does, but disappointing. You know, he was heading to second, and he saw he had it, and he headed back to first. And as soon as he did, he dropped it. But then he was able to pick it up and throw him out at second.
If it was the Braves and the Cardinals, that would be the outfield fly rule. As it's a fielder's choice, as Richie is retired. And the batter is Kyron Welch. Kyron takes the strike. Kyron had a base hit his first time. Kai, let's see, in the first game also had a hit, so he's got 2 hits today against the Smoky Bears. Runner first with average speed, that is Cy Stevens. Pitch, hit on the ground, shortstop. Convenient hop, they get the 1 at second. The throw back is safe. Not a double play. Scott didn't like the call. It kind of shows up the umpire a little bit, and I don't think that'll win him friends and influence the umpire.
No, definitely not going to win any friends or influence any people because he was safe by a good 2 feet.
And the batter now will be Warren East. Warren walked his last time. So Kai reaches on a fielder's choice. Warren walked and scored. Wildcats with Kai Welch at first. 4-2 our score. Lefty comes in, cut on a miss by the freshman. I tell you, Warren just a moment ago threw a nice throw from center field to cut down what would be the third run of the game for the Smoky Bears and finish off a double play to end the second inning. And Warren has been solid in the outfield for the Wildcats.
I think the accuracy of that throw, as far as it was absolutely spot on.
Runner at first, not going. The pitch. Hit off the end of the bat. That could be an infield hit. It's going to be bang, bang. Here's the throw. He's safe. That is an infield single. Warren beats it out with that great speed of his. Kai moves down to second base with 2 outs. Here comes Caden Black.
Yeah, the pitcher couldn't feel that ball and throw it overhanded, David, because he was running so fast to get to the ball because it was way up on the first base side. By the time he collected, he had to kind of lob it over there. And by the time it lobbed in there, it was way late. And the runner is safe.
2 outs, 2 on. The Wildcats on top by 2. 4-2 our score. Caden Black, the batter. Lefty versus lefty. Pitch to the plate. Almost hit him. 1 ball, no strikes. Caden leads the world in being hit by pitches. I mean, it's not unusual for him to get hit a couple times a ball game. I've been close to grazed him. The pitch to him, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Cam Welch is on deck. He hit a long fly ball, was out way back in the last inning. Scored a run back in the first inning. On a sacrifice fly and an RBI. Wildcats like to steal, double steal as Caden takes ball 3. I think Poppin didn't want Caden to get a hold of one. He's got 1 home run on the year. It's not really his thing. He's a gap guy. Pitch, There's a called strike, and the count is 3-1.
He was taking that pitch all the way, David. No doubt. He didn't even try to swing.
Caden will be playing college baseball next year. He's all-state Wildcat baseballer. Pitch. Ooh. Took a half cut on it on an inside pitch. And, you know, I know he's just coming off surgery about 3 weeks ago. And I don't know if that hurt him or not, but he kind of grimaced as he took that kind of awkward swing. The pitch to him. And that hit him. No, it fouled it. Just like, wow. I thought it went back sailing. If it would hit bone like that way, he would be hurting. But it is a foul ball. And Wildcat runners will return to their respective bases. Cy Stevens is the runner at second. Warren East is at first. Warren's got the best speed. He's the runner at first. Actually, I guess that's Kai out there. My apologies. The pitch to Caden. That's ball 4. Little outside, and Caden Black loads the bases. Wildcats have had the bases loaded a couple times in this ball game, and here comes Cam Welch. Cam had a sacrifice fly and an RBI earlier.
Yeah, hopefully he can get another hit right here, David. We need him. Bases loaded. We need it.
Welch is a left-handed hitting sophomore. Bases full of Wildcats. Pitch to Cam. There's a called strike inside corner, and it's 0-1. Welch was 0 for 3 in the first ball game. He swings and he fouls one back, and the count is 0-2. So Poppin and the Sevier County fans getting fired up. He's behind in the count, 0-2. It's hard for a lefty to bat against a lefty. Let's see what Cam can do. He's been pretty effective all year. Chokes up just slightly on the back. Bases full of Wildcats, 2 outs. Pitch. Ripped into the gap. That's a base hit. 1 run scores. 2 runs will score. The Wildcats will have them at first and third. Cam Welch comes through for the Wildcats. It's 6-2. Oak Ridge, a 2 RBI single by Camden Welch on an 0-2 pitch, and it's 6-2 Wildcats.
Wow, that was a thing of beauty. Couldn't have happened at a better time. Drove it right up in there where nobody could get it, and Oak Ridge scores 2 more runs.
6-2 Wildcats, and the Wildcats are still hitting. So they got their 2 runs back. The Sevier County pitcher is frustrated. He had an 0-2 count, had a swing and a miss, and then a foul ball, and then Cam just drilled it to right field.
Exactly, and that, we've still got runners on the corners, so we got a rally going here. I hope they just keep it going, David.
Mikey Teasley is the batter. Give 2 RBIs. That's the 3rd RBI of the ball game for Camden. Mikey Teasley has a single, an infield single. He also walked. 6-2 Wildcats, 3rd inning. Cam takes his lead off of first. Going. They throw down, and he is out. They went ahead. Cam doesn't have great speed, and they didn't. Typically, sometimes they let them go on to second, but Cam with not the best speed, but maybe they wanted him to stop in between to get that other run in. But the Wildcats do have a productive inning.
Yes, they definitely did. Exciting inning for the Wildcats. A lot of action that time, David, but it didn't end kind of on a sour note for me. I just don't feel like he should have tried to steal that base.
We go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning here at Sevier County. The Wildcats in the sectional game in the lead, 6-2. We'll be back to Sevier County in a moment. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School. The Wildcats now on top by a score of 6-2. Carson Martin leads things off for the Smoky Bears here in the bottom half of the third inning. As the Wildcats got those 2 runs back, the big hit by Cam Welch to make it a 6-2 ball game. Martin steps in. He bats from the left side. Pitcher for the Wildcats looks like Peyton Witter, and his first pitch hits him. So Witter comes in for Alex Franklin, and they'll have their leadoff man aboard. And the batter will be their number 2 hitter. So Alex Franklin goes the first 2. Peyton Witter comes in. He pitched well yesterday, but that first batter popped him on the noggin, and they've got their leadoff man aboard. Lefty versus righty. 6-2 Wildcats as we play here at Sevier County High School. Runner takes his lead off at first. Peyton goes over to first, and back to the bag he goes. 6-2 Wildcats. A lot more offense than we saw in the first ball game. The Sevier County won the first game 1-0. Witter checks the runner at first. Pitch to the plate, squares to bunt, takes the strike, and the count is 1-1 strike. Got a full crew up here today. Mike Kelly offered to do camera right there, but I want him to watch the game. 1 strike pitch, that's outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Winner plays for the state, goes to the state tournament starting Tuesday at Murfreesboro. So I'll come back to my spot. There's a strike. And I guess it was a ball. Umpire of the 3, he has been probably had the worst strike zone of all of them. Pitch, cut on a miss. Blew it right past him there, Mike.
He definitely did that time. That one was right down the middle where it should be. And that swing and a miss.
And on the scoreboard, I believe it says 2-2. See it a little bit better when the sun goes down. 2-2 pitch. That's up high. It's now full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Peyton Witter pitched a lot of good baseball for the Wildcats, mostly as a closer. He wanted to be a starter at the start of the year, but we just have had so many good quality starts from so many different pitchers. He really hasn't been able to do so, but he's been very valuable out of the pen for the Wildcats.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of great innings out of that young man.
Timeout is asked for by the batters. Nobody out, 1 on. Wildcats by 4 again, 6-2. Resilient, getting those 2 runs back. A couple of big plays that come to mind in this as the pitch comes in. It's ripped, going to go foul. Man, he hit it hard. It had such a spin on it, a curve. When he first hit it, I thought it was going to go down in the corner, but it just kept curving, and actually ended up way foul.
It surprised me because when he first hit it, I thought it was in by a long shot, but man, it curved a lot to the left and went out of bounds. Thank goodness.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first. Sectional ball game number 3 here from Sevier County High School. Peyton Witter checks that runner at first. 3-2 pitch. That's ball 4, and they've got 2 on. So Peyton hits the first guy, walks the second guy, and here comes the Smoky Bears.
We needed him. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Now they've got runners on first and second, and kind of put him in a bind, if you will.
Let's see if they try to bunt the runners over. Let's see, it'll be Hamilton, the batter. Comes in, right-handed hitter. A couple big plays come to mind in the last 2 games of this one. Noah Wood just had an incredible play at second base last night, which really saved the Wildcats. And then that throw from Warren East from center field was another big play in this ball game.
It just doesn't get any better than that throw, David. I mean, that was a long throw.
Peyton's got runners at first and second. Typically, he's been able to get out of things. He did pitch yesterday, maybe a little tired as that pitch is hit foul. He was up in the strike zone. Doesn't seem to have the velocity that he normally does. But like I said, he pitched yesterday. He pitched on Saturday in the regional ball game. So he might have a little arm fatigue. 1 strike to count. Pitch. Hit on the ground. Could be a double play. There's one at second. The throwback. Double play. Oh, man. Oh, the video evidence will say differently, sir. It was close. They called him safe. And here comes Coach Free. Hopefully they didn't call the runner safe at second. All of a sudden, the umpiring, which has been so good, this local association, I'm not actually sure what the argument is about with the second base umpire, unless there was some kind of interference. Not exactly sure, but the runner obviously is out at second, so they got the force out, so there is 1 out. And there's runners at first and third. He looked, from my vantage point, he looked out, but we're a ways away.
I was like you. I thought I thought they had him out, David. But what I know, I'm sitting up here 100 so feet away, so he's got a better advantage point than I do.
Anybody watching the YouTube, look back at it and see what the iffy was, indeed. Yeah, I thought he was safe, but, it's errors. Human error is part of the game. As that pitch is down low, a ball. The batter now is Brady Scott. Brady had a double and scored a run his first time. Lefty versus lefty. Runners on the corners. 1 out, the pitch. Ball 2. Peyton just struggling to find his control a little bit. Got what should have been a double play ball a moment ago. 2 balls and no strikes. Big burly guy. Another big, strong Smoky Bear. Pitch. There's a called strike right down the middle at the knees, and the count is 2-1. 6-2 Wildcats. They've got runners at first and at third. A lot of offense in this game. We didn't see much at all in the first one. 1-0 was the final score. Peyton comes to the plate, hits the ball. They've got the play. There's 1. Here is 2. Double play! Double play! Go sit down. Head to the dugout. Wildcats and go back. A double play the hard way. 3-6. Back the other way to Cam. What a double play in the Wildcats. don't allow any runs. A great job there by Oak Ridge. Got 2 ground balls. Should have had maybe 2 double plays in that inning, but that one ends the 3rd inning.
That was a great play. That was a highlight right there, David. Defense can win you games, and that one right there kept the Sevier County Smoky Bears from scoring any more runs. What a tremendous way to end that inning.
We go to the top of the 4th inning here at Sevier County High School. The Wildcats lead it by a score of 6-2. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School. We're about to see the 3rd pitcher of the day used by the Smoky Bears. Wildcats on top 6-2. Oak Ridge last night, in some ways, some of their plays were very, they made some good plays, but today the defense has been phenomenal.
Absolutely. And I want to give a shout out to Keith Hyatt, David. He's one of Oak Ridge's biggest fans. He's listening in and commenting to me. He's a great guy. And I hope he's enjoying this game as much as we do, especially if we win and get to go to the state.
Last time the Wildcats went to the state tournament, 1972, as I've mentioned many times. The Wildcats' Mikey Teasley will lead things off for the Wildcats. Oak Ridge, he was batting in the last inning when the Wildcats had a caught stealing. Play is halted officially. Must be a little problem down the left field line, and the field umpire has stopped play. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Maybe one of the gates needs to be closed, and now it's locked. And now we'll start play here. 6-2 Wildcats. I'm still looking at that Sevier County catcher, and I'll look at Parker too. Both of those guys, like I said, they're going to sleep well. To catch a doubleheader is tough.
Oh, you better believe it, man. They're going to be exhausted. Just think about how many times they handle that ball. My goodness.
Up and down, up and down.
And your knees, oh, my goodness. I'd be crippled before I was way older than I am.
Here's the pitch to Mikey. It's a breaking pitch. Stays inside, and the count is 1-0. I've got a question, young lady. Who is Taylor Swift anyway?
It's a singer.
There's a base hit for Mikey Teasley right up the middle. And the Wildcats have their leadoff man aboard.
Did you hear her answer, David? She said a singer.
And she's exactly right. And Mikey has his 2nd hit of the ball game, and a good start to the 4th inning. Oak Ridge on top 6-2. And the batter now will be Peyton Witter. Peyton walked and also had a single to knock in a run earlier. And he bats with Mikey Teasley with good speed at first. New pitcher in the ball game for the Smoky Bears. First pitch, that's up high, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. Before I go any farther, I want to thank the Sevier County, Coach Atchley, the athletic director, Casey Taylor. They have been so helpful and friendly to us here at Sevier County these last 2 days, and I want to get that in. I appreciate them, and the people at Sevier County are always nice to us. Ball is hit foul over towards the Jeep this time. Oh, just missed that little Charger or whatever kind of a car. I'm not a car guy. Barry Houchin, are you a car guy? What did that almost hit?
The Jeep that was pulling in the parking lot, so he dodged a bullet.
And he did miss a Dodge Charger.
Right-handed hitter Peyton Witter. Mikey Teasley. Wildcats like to run in this situation. Let's see if they're going to now. Takes his lead off at first. Checking Mikey, righty. He's not going. The pitch to Peyton, cut on a miss. Kind of foul tipped it into the mitt, and the count is 1-2 to Peyton Witter, the cleanup man for the Wildcats. Parker Freeze on deck for Oak Ridge. Wildcats lead at 6-2. 2 strikes on Peyton Witter. Pitch to the junior is outside and low. That evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sean Knowles couldn't make it today. He had a late night. He went to the movies the other day, saw Planet of the Apes, liked it. Went to Olive Garden. He's a socialite. Was out with me till about midnight last night. That's not much socializing. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the pitch. Runner going. Here's a strikeout. Here's a throw, and he is out. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. And that is out number 2.
Now batting number 2, Parker Freeze.
Parker steps in for the Wildcats, right-handed hitter. Got to start something with 2. Wildcats in the lead, 6-2. Alex Franklin started the ball game. Peyton Witter came in relief, got out of a miss. Really of his own doing. He hit the first guy he faced, and then he walked a guy, and then got a double play, and got a pop up in the infield, and just got out of trouble. He's been solid all year for the Wildcats, hitting and pitching. The pitch is cut on a miss. Parker has an even count now, 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. We're in the top of the 4th inning, moving a little slower here at Sevier County. You bored, TJ? Not at all, he says. Pitch to Parker is down low, a ball. He looks bored. We've just been here a long time. Well, yeah. We left at 12:30, so it's been a long day, and we're out in the sun. Parker Free back in, 2 balls and 1 strike to him. The pitch, ball 3, down low. Richie Ferreira's on deck. Richie had a single his last time. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, nobody aboard. Freshman back in, the pitch to him. Swings it, hits it foul. I gave a shout out to the Fagan family in Texas earlier who are watching us on our YouTube channel. I'm trying to get Carson's dad's attention, standing off to the right. But he's intensely watching this ball game. Of course, the winner goes to the state tournament. The loser's season comes to a close, and great seasons for both. Regardless who wins this ball game, the loser is going to have a great year. Pitch to Parker, outside, ball 4. So the Wildcats have a 2-out base runner. We'll get a courtesy runner in the ball game for Parker. And out of the Oak Ridge dugout will come, looks like, Izzy Mitchell. I'm trying to find the cold water that he brought me up here. Mike brought me a Diet Coke. I let it sit there too long, and it's boiling now. So I'll drink it later, Mike. Thank you. Richie Ferreira had a single on his first pitch he saw the last time. Richie gets tired of waiting and steps out of the box. We have done a lot of postseason baseball, and it's been a fun ride with these Wildcats here in 2024. There's a pitch, is high. Man, that was high. Pitch was above the belt. Call it a strike. One ball, no strikes. Runner at first. Izzy Mitchell, good speed. He's going. Here's the throw. Good throw by the catcher, and he's out. Man, I talked about that catcher being dead tired, but let me tell you, Bridger Hamilton has a laser, and he has cut down almost every Oak Ridge runner that's tried to steal on him.
And the pitch was right over the bag, right at glove level, and he literally slid into the ball. It was a great play. Sevier County.
We go, well, I mean, it's a good play for anybody. I mean, we'll give credit to anybody. But unfortunately, Izzy is caught stealing for out number 3. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. This game seems to be dragging a little bit more. But the good news is the Wildcats are up 6-2. I'd like to thank, going all the way back to our first ball game, Donnie Sharp with East Tennessee Spine and Sport. Like to thank Jared Mullins with Mullins Construction Company. Like to thank Lynn Hart 3 different times here in the postseason. Lynn Hart, Oak Ridge Bowling Center, Lynn Hart Construction Company has sponsored one of our broadcasts. Warren East Grandparents out of Salem, Virginia, sponsored one of our broadcasts. Also, we've had last night, Urban Engineering and Chris Sharp honoring the 1993 team that made it to the postseason. And I started talking here, and I hope I haven't forgotten anybody, but the Oak Ridge Boosters Club sponsored the second game against Maryville, and PrepRadio.com is sponsoring this ball game. So we've had a lot of postseason ball games, and so far we've only lost one of them, and actually 2 of them, one to Farragut, one to Sevier County. It's been a great run.
It certainly has, and it's been a joy watching this team all year. And I just hope they have continued success after tonight.
Hopefully a state tournament. As let's see, the Wildcat pitcher is Peyton Witter once again. Haven't heard this song in a long time. I think it's called Popcorn. Yeah, it's back in the day. That's in Barry Houchin's day, not in my day. But
That's what Keith Hott used to listen to in the cruising in the 70s Celica back in about 74.
looking for the egg, right?
That's it. Yep,
Never understood that. Must have been somebody they called the egg, but
must be.
as Peyton Witter begins his second inning of work, he'll be facing, and first pitch is a ball, facing, looks like Green, the designated hitter, hitting for the second baseman. Cut on a miss. Peyton throwing some heat. Kind of a different contrast. You got Alex Franklin, who throws mainly, off-speed stuff, and then you got Peyton coming in throwing BB. So there's a hard hit ball to Mikey. Waited on it. He's got time to throw. Slow runner. And Green is retired at first for the first down of the inning.
Yeah, that was Mikey. Mikey just kept waiting on the ball. It came right to him. He fielded it cleanly and made a great throw to first for the first out.
We're in the 4th inning, 6-2 Wildcats. Batter now will be the shortstop. This is Mason Ellis. He popped out to Camden Welch back in the, let's see what inning that was. That was in the 2nd inning. First pitch is a ball. Peyton Witter is the pitcher looking at the infield. Cam Welch is playing first. Kai Welch is playing second. Caden Black is at short. Mikey Teasley is at third. That pitch just outside the zone. It's 2 balls and no strikes. I'm telling you, this umpire doesn't have the same, he's not as good as the other 2 behind the plate. That pitch is outside. It's definitely outside. That's ball 3. Cy Stevens is in left. Warren East is in center. Richie Ferreira in right. And Parker's gone all the way at catcher for Oak Ridge. 1 out here in the 4th. 6-2 Wildcats. Winner goes to Murfreesboro. Pitch. There's a called strike. Peyton throws it down Peachtree, as they used to say. Maybe right down Dolly Parton Parkway here in Sevier County. 1 strike pitch, hit in the air. Warren East, can of corn for Warren. Warren's, what's the old adage that 3/4 of the world is covered by water and the other 1/4 is covered by
Warren East.
Thank you very much, Mike. That is out number 2. Getting everybody involved in the broadcast tonight.
Yeah, I like that, David. That's a good way to think about it. And the Wildcats are 1 out away from getting to come back to bat again.
TJ sitting up here with 3 old geezers, just being quiet, but, we'll let him talk some. He's doing his job. You're exactly right, TJ, and I appreciate it. TJ you and I started the Gibbs game, first game of the year, cold, rainy night up in Gibbs, and ended in a tie as that pitch is hit foul. Once again, car alert. Oh, missed it. And I don't know. Maybe it's the sadistic side of me. Maybe I'm hoping that it's going to make contact, except it's not my car, as that pitch is a called strike, and that's strike 2. And I'll tell you, he didn't like it. That's Christian Hoffman. He started the ball game on the mound. He's behind 0-2. There he goes. Strike 3. Slams his bat down, and that is a strikeout for Peyton Witter, and that is the first strikeout of a Smoky Bear in the ball game. So we go to the top of the 5th inning here at Sevier County. The Wildcats of Oak Ridge on top of the Sevier County Smoky Bears. And what is the sectional series? Back in 1993, the last time we went, it was a one game to determine who went to the state. And, you know, if you had a great pitcher, and I guess Dobbins Bennett did, I don't remember him or anything about that. I know Michael Langenberg started the game for us in 93. We lost 3-1. It rained the whole time at Kingsport Dobbins Bennett. But baseball, Mike, as you know, is a series sport. It isn't a one-game scenario. It's a series sport, and I like the fact they've moved the format to a 3-game series.
They finally wised up and did that too. You know, it makes it so much better. That way, you know, you get a good idea of which team has the better depth when it comes to the game, and it just, I don't know, it's a fair way of doing it.
I'm going to turn my mic off. They're playing loud music. Wildcats on top 6-2. We'll be back in a moment. Here comes Richie back. He was at bat the last inning. The Wildcats were caught stealing. Richie has a single and was out first base unassisted back in the first inning. We're in the 5th inning. First game went to the Sevier County Smoky Bears as Richie takes one up high. And that's a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Went to them 1-0 on a 7 inning 2-hitter by Scott, and just a phenomenal, hats off performance to this Smoky Bear pitcher. Richie Ferreira ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch, there's a called strike. It might have been a little high, but it was borderline. It's 2-1.
Yeah, it was borderline, but umpire says strike.
And he's the final say, Mike. 2-1 pitch to Richie, cut on a miss. Richie was looking at that 310 mark down the right field line. Richie almost hit a home run at Bobby Hopkins this year. Ball hit about 2 feet from the top of the fence. Didn't go out for the junior. Needs to get on base here. The Wildcats could use some insurance. Richie takes one low and inside. That's ball 3. Bridger wanted that to be strike 3. But it's ball 3 instead. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Cy Stevens is on deck for the Wildcats. 3-2 pitch. Cut on a missed. And Richie is a strikeout victim.
Now batting number 22, Cy Stevens.
Cy Stevens, the batter. Cy was hit by a pitch his first time. Reached on a fielder's choice as well. He bats here with 1 out. TJ, I have an errand for you at the end of the half inning. Pitch is ripped to the gap. That's going to be a base hit. Cy with a little soft single to right center field, and the Wildcats have, oh boy, he is out. Wildcats have had a couple base running mistakes. Cy got the hit, rounded the bag too far, and an alert play by the outfielder for Sevier County, and they gun out Cy at first base. And Wildcats have had several base running mistakes, and hopefully it won't come back to haunt them.
Yeah, he just wandered way too far off the bag, and by the time he turned around and got back, the fielder was able to throw a perfect strike to first base and get him out on a tag out.
Batter now is Kyron Welch.
I don't know how many runners we've left stranded or lost because of being picked off, but it's way more than I wish it was.
Kai back in, 1 ball, no strikes. It's obviously a hit for Cy. Ball is hit in the air. Left field pretty deep, but not deep enough. Left fielder back on it, and making the catch out there is Carson Martin for the third out. The Wildcats pick up a base hit, but he is picked off the bag at first. We go to the bottom of the fifth inning here at Sevier County High School. Oak Ridge on top, 6-2. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School. We go to the bottom of the fifth inning in this third game of the sectional baseball round. The Wildcats on top 6-2. Mike, you have a shout out?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my favorite in-laws, Jim, Big Daddy, Scruggs, and Pat Scruggs watching the game in beautiful downtown Alcoa. And Jim's still celebrating his first hole-in-one from about 2 months ago. So thanks for watching. Roll Wildcats, roll.
Peyton Witter's back out there for the Wildcats. He'll be facing the number 8 hitter to lead things off, and he throws a strike. Because Eli Koch, the batter. Pitch, cut on and missed. Swinging strike, and the count is 0-2.
And he's down. You know, Peyton's way ahead of him right now, David.
6-2 Wildcats. Parker Free with a sign. 2-strike pitch. That's up high. The count is 1-2. Making sure I'm still on the right page on who's batting. I didn't hear the PA guy. There's ball 2. It's up high. Number 25, let me see. That would be, looking at their roster, Eli Koch. So we're right on it. Bounce it back to the screen, and the count is 2-2. Nobody on, nobody out. We're in the bottom of the fifth inning here at Sevier County. Oak Ridge on top of the Smoky Bears, 6-2 in this elimination ball game. Cut on a miss. Peyton's got another strikeout. That's back-to-back strikeouts for him, and that is out number 1 here in the fifth.
That was strong, David. A perfect pitch. It's like slider in there. And just as the ball got to the batter, it dropped, and he swung over it. That's a great pitch.
Better now for the Smoky Bears is Braden Huffaker. He hitting that double play. Ball is hit on the ground softly. Kai Welch throws on. Out number 2. 2 up and 2 down. Nice play by Kyron. And I wasn't even paying attention. TJ, you're my hero, as always. As my phone was going dead after doing some major work, tweeting, talking, and I get tons of. It's always funny as there's a called strike. Mike talked. You know, it's always funny when I'm calling a ball game, whether it be football, basketball, or baseball, I get calls, text messages. People want to talk to me when I'm on the air. But, I mean, I appreciate their interest. But a lot of times I just can't talk.
I understand. I think I've been guilty of that once or twice.
1 strike the count, the pitch. Oh, strike 2. Peyton Witter hitting the strike zone. Oh, man, that was strike 2 all day. Oh, my gosh. 1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch. No makeup call there. The count is now 2-1. Here's the pitch. Hit to center field. Warren East in. Can't make the play. It's a single. 2-out single for Carson Martin. Good, well hit ball, and He has been on base twice now. Solid single. First hit of the ball game against Peyton. Here's Crimbliss. He steps in. What has he done? Looks like he walked the last time, flew out to right field. 2 outs here in the 5th. 4-run lead for the Wildcats. Peyton Witter trying to get the 3rd out in the 5th. Comes to the plate. Cut on a miss. Live fastball. And the count is 0-1. 6-2 Oak Ridge in the lead. Checking the runner at first. Peyton comes to the plate. Strike 2, swinging. Way ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Peyton trying to end the 5th right here. Comes to the plate. Takes something off of it. A little outside. And the count is 1-2.
Barely outside.
Parker Free with the sign. Short lead at first. And the 1-2 pitch. Hit to center field. Warren East coming in. Can't make the play. Might have a force. They do. He's out. He's out. He's out. Warren East came in strong. The runner is forced out at second for the 3rd out. And another big play by Warren East.
He threw that ball, and it hit the ground and bounced right into the second baseman's glove just before the runner got there. Another throw out and a great end to that inning for the Wildcats.
That is the 3rd out of the inning. I don't know if first off, I thought maybe he thought the ball was going to be caught, but it wouldn't matter because there was 2 outs anyway, and he didn't get to second base, and that helps the Wildcat cause. And we go to the 6th, leading by a score of 6-2.
The runner wasn't running at full speed like I thought he would, like you were talking about. I think he hesitated because he thought Warren might be able to get to that play and make the out on the fly ball, but it wasn't meant to be. Dropped 10 feet in front of him, but he fielded it perfectly.
He must have lost track of the outs. That's all I can figure because there were 2 outs.
Yeah, I agree. That might be the problem right there. He didn't realize that was the last out. He didn't have to run. Didn't have to.
So we go to the top of the 6th inning here at Sevier County High School, and what has been 3 really fantastic ball games. The Wildcats winning 8-4 in 9 innings last night. Sevier County getting a great pitching performance and a 2-hitter, and they won the first game today 1-0. And right now, if you're an Oak Ridge fan, you got to feel pretty good. It's 6-2, but a lot of baseball. Sevier County still has 6 outs, and while they still have those 6 outs, they still have life.
They certainly do. It's not over till the last out is recorded in the books, David. We've got a good one working here in Sevier County. Oak Ridge trying like the mischief to get to the state tournament in Murfreesboro.
TJ Hibben doing our camera work. He looks bored. It's been a long day. He had to go to school today.
Oh, man, I hate that for him.
Yeah. I hate it for you too, but it's the last week of school. It's 2 more weeks of school. Oh, my gosh. Tomorrow's graduation, by the way. Congratulations to all the seniors who will be graduating tomorrow night at Blankenship Field, including our own Vashon Knowles, who will be graduating tomorrow. Mikey Teasley leads things off. No, that's not Mikey. That is Warren East.
Sorry about that. Number 14, Warren.
Yeah, Warren bats.
Mr. Defense. I'm tagging him tonight, Mr. Defense.
Yeah, I love the way he plays center field for the Wildcats. And he hits the ball deep to center field. The center fielder back. He's got room right in front of the warning track for out number 1. Ball really.
Blast, David. I was hoping he'd carry just a little bit further, but the center fielder made a great play on the ball for the first out.
Went probably about 360 feet, but Warren is out number 1 here in the 6th. Caden Black is the batter now. He takes the strike. We just got a question on the YouTube channel. I'll answer it in a second. As the pitch to Caden is down low a ball. Love to get Caden on. We need some insurance. It's a 4-run game right now, but we need more insurance. Caden with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Pitch to the plate. Ripped. In the right field, a base hit. Caden Black has a base hit. And for Caden, that'll be his second hit of the ball game. He has an RBI, a single. He scored a run. He's walked and grounded out to second. Top of the order here, Mike.
Yeah, we need to start, loading them up and getting ready for another big rally here. Looks like the Sevier County coach is coming out to talk to the umpire about something. Don't know what this is all about. Oh, they're going to make a replacement, looks like, David.
They say the catcher is going to take off his gear. He's going to come into play. The question, what was asked of me on the YouTube stream just a moment ago is, if we cannot stream ball games, how can fans watch the game? The TSSAA has the full rights to the state tournament. They are a part of the NFHS network, and those games, all games of the state tournament, are streamed. And that is a subscription-based, but I don't know if in the state tournament, sometimes they kind of let it for free, but that is a subscription-based. We have hesitated to join that network. Unfortunately, that network, TSSAA, has a sweetheart deal with them where they get money from the NFH to be streaming ball games like that. And we run into it sometimes. Where a member school of the NFHS network will not allow us to stream because they have exclusive rights granted by the TSSAA. They can waive those rights. Everybody except Powell has done that, but yeah.
Yes, I have.
Those games will be streamed, and I'm considering if we can hold on and win this game and go to the state tournament, I will definitely try to do radio, which is not the same. We've spoiled them with the stream for sure. I'm a radio guy. Mike Kelly's a radio guy. Mike, you grew up on radio, but the stream has spoiled a lot of fans. It's so much better. And I read a lot of things on Facebook today about people sitting in their beds, on their couches last night watching the ball game. And it's a lot better to watch it than to listen to it. But somehow we'll have coverage. I'm going regardless if we make it.
Yeah, I hope we make it, David. It'd be so exciting to get to the state. And what a tremendously long drought it has been for the Wildcat baseball team to get there. This is one of the most exciting teams I've seen ever, really. In all the years I've been watching, this is the best team. So hopefully we can pull this thing out and get to go to the state.
Bridger Hamilton comes in to pitch. I believe he is the fourth pitcher used. I haven't really been kind of marking them down in the ball game. He was the catcher. Man, he throws hard too. Well, we've seen some examples of him throwing out our base runners, and I'm happy they've got another catcher. Hopefully, he's not as good as Bridger was. A little wild on his warm-ups, and that's what would be nice.
It looks pretty strong to me. He's a very stocky young man, and he throws a quick ball back to the pitcher. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of let-up on these substitution here of the catcher.
These guys are Region 1 team. I mean, Sevier County under Casey Taylor, they've just had a great run under him. He's had some great teams. He's done a good job. He played baseball and basketball at Clinton. In fact, he might still have the record. I think Garner might have broken it, but he hit, I think, about 13 threes in one basketball game for Clinton back in his day. He's about 40 now, so it's been a few years.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Alvin's his dad.
Yeah, okay. I do remember that very well. I've watched most of those games, as you well know.
He played against the Halston Lanes and that group of guys back in the day. Here comes Cam Welch facing Bridger Hamilton. Wildcats with a base runner at first. A single by Caden Black. Let's see if he tries this new catcher's arm. Throws over to first instead. We've got one out. We're in the top of the sixth inning. Oak Ridge on top, 6-2. People might be able to realize my voice is definitely going. That pitch is low. Oh, boy. Below the knees. Below the knees. Of the three, he has had the worst strike zone. One strike the count. Same place, different result. One ball, one strike. Yeah, he's throwing hard. He is throwing hard. Bridger Hamilton Steps back in. Pitch. Ball 2, should be ball 3, as that one was low, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. I'm critiquing the umpires. The 2 guys in the field were good behind the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ripped deep, going. That ball is off the wall. I thought it was out of here. Caden Black coming around third. It is missed a home run by inches. That ball hit the top of the wall, and Oak Ridge now leads it by a score of 7-2. What a rip by Camden Welch.
That is by far and away the hardest hit ball today. It went all the way to the foot of the fence and bounced off, and the fielder had to run up to catch it. And by the time he did, a run scored, and he's on second base.
7-2 Wildcats. That ball was tattooed by the sophomore. Pitch to the plate. There's a called strike. Wildcats. Cam Welch has 4 RBIs in the ballgame for the Wildcats. A double, sacrifice fly, and a single. Mikey Teasley, the batter. The pitch, cut on and foul tipped in the mitt, and the count is 0-2. Little insurance run for the Wildcats makes it a 5-run Oak Ridge lead. 7-2 the score. Mikey Teasley. Welch takes his lead off of second. The pitch. Strike 3. It's a stolen base for Cam Welch, but a strikeout of Mikey Teasley. And the Wildcats have Cam at third base, and the batter will be Peyton Witter. That is the second out of the inning. I'm telling you, the Oak Ridge crowd.
They're on the ups, David.
Yeah. Peyton Witter is the batter. I don't know if he was that basketball official who officiated the ball game against Central 2 years ago at the district tournament, as Peyton Witter is the batter. I'm telling you, that ball, when he first hit that ball, Cam, it went, I mean, it was way past, right 360, hit the very top of the fence. And Caden Black.
It was way over the outfielder's head.
Single here, gets another run, pass ball. He swings and he misses, does Peyton. Bridger Hamilton came in. He throws hard, and he got met by a hard swing by Cam Welch. Wildcats could use this run. He's at third. There's 2 outs now. That pitch is high.
Heat, David. I'll tell you, that ball's coming in there really fast, much faster than the other 3 pitchers we've had before.
I was impressed with him as a catcher, and I'm impressed with his velocity as a pitcher. That pitch is a swinging strike, and the count now is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He throws so fast it's hard to catch up with it, as he's strike 2 right there.
7-2, the Wildcats in the lead. We're in the top of the 6th. Pitch to Peyton. Hit foul. Stayed alive and just destroyed somebody's camera tripod. I don't know if it was ours or Sevier County's. It hit it directly back, hit the netting, and just destroyed that camera. He throws the ball away. The Wildcats score. Wild pitch. 8-2 Wildcats. 8-2. 8-2 Wildcats. A wild pitch all the way back to the backstop. And Oak Ridge has another insurance run, and they lead by 6 in the 6th.
Yeah, he's getting a little wild right there, David. It got down too low. He couldn't feel it, and it went all the way to the backstop. And, of course, by the time he collected it, the runner came in, and we're back on the board again.
Pitch to Peyton is a strike and a strikeout. But the Wildcats score again. 2 more runs. The Wildcats come in. Cam Welch with a booming double and then a wild pitch. And the Wildcats lead the Smoky Bears by a score of 8-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. We'll be back in a moment.
number 1.
Welcome back once again to Sevier County High School, bottom of the 6th inning. The Wildcats with a little bit more of a cushion, but still a lot of baseball to be played. Pitcher Bridger Hamilton leads things off for the Smoky Bears. He's a right-handed hitter facing Peyton Witter, who is in relief of Alex Franklin. The ball is hit in the air. Outfielder, Cy Stevens. Warren East. Warren steps right in front of Cy, and he doesn't care because that's out number 1. And Bridger is retired for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 8-2 Wildcats. The Wildcats have not been to the state tournament since 1972. They are 5 outs away, if the current score holds up, from returning to the state tournament for the first time in 52 years. But like I said, they still have 5 outs to play with. Pitch, hit on the ground. Cam Welch fields it, unassisted, out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. Peyton Witter, he's a dog, as Coach Free likes to say.
That's a good dog, too.
And that is out number 2 here in the 6th inning in a 6-run ball game. The Region 1 champion Sevier County Smoky Bears. 2 outs here in the 6th. Wildcats up 6. Here's the pitch. Down low a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Cam Welch, 4 RBIs in this ball game. 4 of the 8 runs he has knocked in. He probably thinks to himself as that pitch comes outside and a ball, 2 balls, no strikes. He pitched the last game and was the 1-0 loser. He probably is, getting revenge for not having any runs scored for him as that pitch comes in for a strike.
Yeah, he just played a whale of a game, David, no doubt about it. And if we can just hang on and win this thing, get to the state, what a thrill that will be. Ooh, that was a wicked pitch right there.
And a swing and a miss, maybe a foul tip. Jacob Green, the designated hitter, he is 1 for 2 in the ball game. Not blessed with a lot of speed, as we've seen. Anything he hit on the infield. Wildcats can take their time. 2-2 pitch. Right back to Peyton. He runs halfway to the bag, throws on to Camden Welch. 3 up, 3 down, 3 more outs, and the Wildcats are headed to Murfreesboro.
Yeah, that's exciting, David. Coming down to the nitty-gritty here in the final innings of this baseball game for a chance to go to the state tournament.
So the Wildcats, Peyton Witter, he came in relief of Alex Franklin, got a really big double play to kind of help his cause, but since that time, he has been lights out. I mean, he has only allowed 1 hit in the last 3 innings, and the Wildcats are up by a score of 8-2, and the Wildcats about to bat here in the top of the 7th inning, leading by 6 runs. The winner to Murfreesboro and the state tournament. The state tournament begins on Tuesday in the 4A level. That's our classification. There are games at Oakland High School. There are games at Siegel High School in Murfreesboro, and that'll be beginning, as I'm looking at the state tournament bracket now. Game start, let's see, when's that first game? Game 1 starts at 4 o'clock on Tuesday, May the 21st, and then there's another ball game at 6:30 for Game 2. Game 3 is Tuesday at 4 o'clock. Game 4, Tuesday at 6:30. Game 5 is at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. And the next game is 10 a.m. on Wednesday, and that is the state tournament bracket. So it all starts on Tuesday. 4 of the games, 2 of the 4A games are on Wednesday. You want to see the bracket there, Mike? Got it right there in front of me. Of course, we're not there yet, Mike. Sevier County didn't win the region championship.
It is good to be able to talk about it as far as I'm concerned, because there's not that many teams left, David. And it'll be interesting to see how this all works out and see just what other teams get there to Murfreesboro next week.
Mike, I've seen Buddy Pope coach. I have seen, Rick Evans coach. Let's just talk about this. I'll talk about that. We'll have a post game. I know as that pitch is hit. I saw Rick Evans coach. I saw Jerry Lynn coach. I saw Jack Crouch coach. Nelson Glover coach. Tom Froning coach. Mark Garrison coach. Travis Free coach. And this will be the first time that I've ever even seen us get close to this place right now where the Wildcats are.
That's why this is so exciting to me, and I appreciate you letting me be part of this. I just walk in here and get to talk on the radio about one of the best teams Oak Ridge has ever had, and that's a wonderful thing, David, to be able to do that.
Low pitch to Parker Free. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Parker walked. He bats here with nobody on, nobody out. Called strike on the inside corner at the knees, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. His little brother's all fired up down there. Parker Free steps back in. 2-2 pitch, cut on a miss. Bridger Hamilton, he throws hard.
Yes, he does. I mean, there's good velocity on that ball, David. He threw it right down the pike, but he couldn't catch up with it, and he struck him out.
Wildcats are on top 8-2. The Wildcats need 3 more outs, and they are going to the state tournament. They will be facing the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in their lineup. Bridger did that in the previous inning, and it cost him a run as the Wildcats scored a run on a wild pitch coming home from third. 8-2 Wildcats. Last night, Oak Ridge won 8-4 in 9 innings. Much different ball game. The lead changed hands several times. Pitch to Richie is down low. 2 balls and no strikes. Richie has reached base on a single today. Hasn't had much work in right field, but he's been solid all year. He takes ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes to Richie Ferreira. Now, we've had a lot of viewers today. We appreciate all of you. We appreciate all of our sponsors. It's been a long day. Ball 4. Go down the first, Richie. We could use some more. I never feel safe against a Casey Taylor coach team. You know, I'm going to say this jokingly. He and his dad are 2 dragons that I like a lot.
Yeah, they are. They're good people. I don't care where they're from or their affiliation in the past. They're good people.
Right-handed hitter steps in for the Wildcats. That looks like, is that Alex? I can't see. Pitch is bounced to the plate. Nope. That is Carson Fagan. My apologies. And down to second will go Richie Ferreira on another wild pitch. So the Texas gang watching us back and because Carson bats here for the first time in the ballgame. Right-handed hitter with Richie Ferreira. Batting second. I apologize. I couldn't see Carson right away. Wears those bright yellow shoes. I should have picked that up. Freshman steps back in. He's played well. He pitched the ball extremely well out of the bullpen for the Wildcats in the middle part of the year. He's played some fantastic outfield. Played a great region tournament over at Farragut. He's got a 1-1 count on him. Ferreira at second. Low. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Carson.
Excuse me, David. He doesn't seem to quite have the control these other Sevier County pitchers have had.
He's just like
More balls, I'm saying.
he throws very hard. I wouldn't want to be hit by him. Here, 2-1 pitch is not made. He looks back, and Carson will step back in. Fagan is a transfer from Texas. Glad to have him. 2-1 pitch. He called timeout and stepped out. That would have been ball 3. Bridger Hamilton, I believe he's the 4th guy used today by the Smoky Bears. Our sponsor today, PrepRadio.com, and Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. Thank you, Mike. 2-1 pitch. It gets away, and Richie's headed to third. Looked like he swung at that. We'll see what the count says. 3-1. And I believe it's 2-2. So the umpire got that one right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Richie Ferreira, he is the base runner for the Wildcats at third base. There's 1 out. Freshman Carson Fagan back in. Carson's had a solid freshman season for the Wildcats. Glad to have him on our team. Pitch to him. Outside. Ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Smoky Bear fans thought that might have been a strike. Both sides have had arguments today. We're biased, though. He's only been bad when he's throwing to us, the umpire. 3-2 pitch to Carson Fagan. Here it is. Swung on and missed, and Carson goes down swinging. And the batter now will be Kyron Welch. Let's see what Kai has done. Kai has a single today. He's since that time has been out twice. Oak Ridge by 6 runs. We're in the top of the 7th inning. 8-2 Wildcats. I remember a couple years ago when Sevier County eliminated us in basketball in a sub-state ball game. We've beaten them several times in football. First time I remember elimination game against the Bears. There's a fastball. He is lighting it up. I don't know what his mile per hour is, but he can throw hard. He's ahead in the count, 1 strike. Kai back in, pitch to him. That's up high. 2 balls and 1 strike. You know, the best part about this, just very few seniors. Kai and Caden are the only 2 seniors that started this game.
That's amazing, David. This team's going to be good for the future.
Here's the pitch. He almost took a hack at it, did not. They asked for help. He says he did not swing. And Kai's ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Got a lot of community people. We've had a great crowd here tonight.
Yes, we have. I mean, there's a lot of Oak Ridge fans here and a lot more Sevier County fans.
2 balls, 1 strike. Runner at third, Richie Ferreira. 2-1 pitch. Cut on a miss. Boy, it's hard to catch up to that guy. I mean, I thought Brady Scott, you know, he more of a finesse. He had a good fastball, but this guy's throwing harder.
Sure is. He's really ripping it in there.
Bridger Hamilton. Facing Kai Welch, and he takes ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes. On deck for the Wildcats is Warren. What is his nickname now? Warren East?
Mr. Dependable.
He's had several great plays. We've had some super plays defensively in this game. Pitch, almost hit him. Here comes the run. Oh, they're going to say it did hit him. Man, that's tough. That is a tough break for the Wildcats. Had it not hit him, they're going to say it was a foul ball. Okay. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
I don't really know either. The ump knows better than we do, so I'd say he called it correctly.
He's down there, and not a whole lot of argument from the Oak Ridge. Coach Free is talking with the field umpire, who was the better umpire of this crew. I thought the guy at first base was really good behind the plate yesterday. As got a 3-2 pitch once again. Another wild one will be nice. Here's Bridger's pitch. Hit deep to right. The right fielder, though, makes the catch for out number 3. So here we go, Mike Sheehan. The Wildcats are 3 outs away from Murfreesboro and their first state tournament since 1972.
Yeah, this is going to be a tremendous ending right here, David, to this baseball game. The Wildcats, if they can get 3 more out, they'll win a ticket to the state, to Murfreesboro. And, boy, it's been a long time coming for the Oak Ridge Wildcats. And they are giving it their all. They look pretty tired, but hey, when it comes down to this last 3 outs and to get to go to Murfreesboro to the state tournament for the first time ever, and this being the winningest team in Oak Ridge High School history, boy, I hope so bad that they can hang on and get through this last inning, as all it takes is 3 good plays and it's over.
I would guess. Mike?
Well, I just want to give a shout out to my cousin Jeff Huckabee. We've talked about him throughout the broadcast, but he is listening or watching in Sharpsburg, Georgia, and he was not only a member of the 91 state championship football team, but he was a star on the baseball diamond. And he will tell you that his claim to fame, as far as Oak Ridge sports goes, he fouled 2 pitches off of Todd Helton.
Well, that's pretty impressive, actually.
It is now, yeah, especially.
Barry Houchin, you have any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Well, my wife's at work. I wish she was here.
Well, we'll check let's get TJ to check the chat to see. But more importantly, well, let's just win this game here. We'll talk about viewers later. All I know is the Wildcats are 3 outs away from the state tournament, leading 8-2 in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, it's exciting, David. It's all coming down to this last inning here. the last at-bats for the Sevier County Smoky Bears. Their season's on the line right here.
And like I said, it's the middle part and the lower part of their order facing Peyton Witter, who's pitched 4 very solid innings. Pitch is ripped, though. Good start for them. Going to roll to the wall. It's a leadoff double. He might be getting a little tired. And that's a good start for the Smoky Bears. And that gets some life in their fans. A leadoff double by Ellis. Christian Hoffman, the batter, he had an RBI in the second inning, was a strikeout victim as well. I would guess, what I was going to say a moment ago, I would guess Coach Free probably would have somebody warming up. Probably Cy Stevens, I guess, might be the guy he would bring in relief. He pitched great against Farragut the other day on Saturday. In fact, he was the most effective pitcher against Farragut. And there's not many of those around. Runner at second, pitch. Hit on the ground, right back to Peyton. He's got the first out. Running over to third. That ball was a shot, but Peyton just put his glove down, fielded it, and threw it on to Camden for the first out.
Like he's done that before, David. No doubt about it. It was a great play. He made it a one-hopper, threw it at first, and got the first out.
Caden Black, I think, might have fielded it anyway because he was moving quickly in that direction. 2 more outs, and we're headed to Murfreesboro. Runner at third in an 8-2 ball game. And there's a called strike. Thank you.
Shout out to Brad Jones at BBB TV 12.
Yeah, they put our ball game on yesterday, and I appreciate that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eli Koch, the batter. There's another called ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. I looked away from it. Ball is hit down the left side. Foul territory. Mikey gives it a good look. Hell, he can't make the play. Right over there on the fence. But, man, he comes up with it, but it's just a strike. And the count is 1-2. Good effort there by Mikey.
He couldn't quite feel it. I think it got up between the field house and the fence, and he wasn't able to field it.
Koch back in, the number 8 hitter in their lineup. Runner at third. 8-2 Wildcats in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch. Hit hard. Second baseman, Kai Welch. Out number 2. 2 outs, 1 out from Murfreesboro. The run does score, but the Smoky Bears are down to their final out, and the Wildcats are going to Murfreesboro in the state tournament.
All it takes, 1 more, David. We're almost there. But the Sevier County Smoky Bears were able to put across another run off of that sacrifice hit, if you will.
Peyton comes to the plate, pitches outside, a ball. Braden Huffaker, the last hope for the Smoky Bears. The Wildcats lost the first game 1-0, forcing the second game, and the Wildcats have been up to the task to this point. 8-3 they lead. Pitch. Cut on and missed. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. I asked Peyton the other day what it was like to be on the mound to win the district and get to the tournament. He said it's all his teammates. It's all about his teammates and not about him.
I heard that interview, yeah. It's not about him. It's about everybody around him. He's a great kid.
Strike 2, swinging. Sevier County might be down to their final strike of 2024. 8-3 Wildcats. Peyton to the plate. Ball game! We're headed to Murfreesboro, baby! The Oak Ridge High School Wildcats are headed to the state baseball tournament. They defeat the Sevier County Smoky Bears by a final score of 8-3.
Oh, what a tremendous game this has been, David. The excitement and the pile-up out on the field says it all. Gloves went flying as high up in the air as they could throw them. Then they had a team pile-up celebration. Big night for the Wildcats. First time in a long time they get to go to the state. Hey, this is exciting, Dave. I'm just so happy for this whole team, this whole program, for this to transpire and have to do it on the Sevier County Smoky Bears home field. Tremendous outpouring of baseball and a great game for the Wildcats. They pulled it out, and they're going to the state, going to Murfreesboro. Everybody's excited. Everybody's congratulating each other, both teams. Good sportsmanship here in Sevier County.
Yeah, like I said, I'd like to thank the Sevier County people. They've been so nice to us, so accommodating. They gave us a tent to keep us out of the rain yesterday. The Wildcats have won 8-3, and they are headed to the state baseball tournament for the first time in 52 years. That was your 40th birthday, was it not?
More like my 14th birthday.
But what a game! I mean, let's talk about. Let's go back to game one. You think about it. Cam pitched a great game, but just the other pitcher just pitched better. Hats off to him. The Wildcats you kind of got nervous because really, honestly, the pressure was really on Oak Ridge because we're the visitors team, not the region champions. The Wildcats came out and they put some runs on the board. They hit the ball timely. They ran the bases, had a few mistakes, fielded their positions great. Some absolutely fine play by the Wildcat team, and great pitching by Peyton Witter. Alex Franklin started it, but the Wildcats, they win it 8-3.
They have the depth at pitching and defense that they needed to win these games, David. It just like Peyton said, it's a team game. It's not just one person, but the conglomeration of them all. And this is one of the most talented teams that I have ever witnessed. And, they stand a chance. They're going to the state, and we'll see how it goes when they get there. They don't know exactly the schedule of when they will play or who they will play. Everybody's finishing up, I guess, later on today or tonight, and to determine who will be how many teams go to the state, David? 4 or 8? 8. I thought it was 8.
Basketball.
Yeah, 8. Okay. I wasn't real clear on that, but we'll find out tomorrow, and we'll know who we play.
So the Wildcats win it 8-3. Congratulations to Travis Free. As I mentioned, I've seen Coach Evans. I've seen Coach Lynn, Coach Crouch. I've seen Coach Froning, Coach Glover, Coach Garrison, and Coach Pope all coach baseball games at Oak Ridge High School. And the first time since Coach Pope, the Wildcats, Coach Travis Free, congratulations to him. He has nothing against some of the other teams that played before him, because we've had some good baseball teams and we've had some really good baseball teams that just haven't been able to get this far. You got Farragut, Bearden, and Hardin Valley and those baseball schools in your region. It's hard. It is really hard, but this is the year the Wildcats finally break through.
Yeah, it certainly is. And then Sevier County stood in the way, having to come up here. And Sevier County, hats off to them, David. They gave it all they had. And this was a very exciting contest today for this doubleheader, and the Wildcats finally pulled it out. And they've been here a long time. Both these teams got to be tired.
And they will not play until either Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. But what a run it has been for the Wildcats. I mean, it has been so fun, the postseason. It all started with a win over Campbell County, then a win over Powell, and then the Wildcats beat Central, and then they beat Central again for the district championship. And then the Wildcats went to the region, played, let's see, I'm trying to think, Maryville, I guess, in the first round, beat Maryville, lost to Farragut, then beat Maryville, beat Sevier County last night 8-4, lost the first game today 1-0, but win this one 8-3, and they're headed to Murfreesboro for the first time since 1972.
What is their overall record as of right today, David? Do you know?
I'm trying to do it by memory. It's either 27, 12, and 1, I believe.
I wouldn't want to put you on the spot, but I think that's very close. And like I said, it's the all-time winningest team in the history of Oak Ridge High School. That dates way back there, David.
Wildcats have played a very, very tough schedule to get them ready for this moment right now. They went to Alabama for a tournament. They went up to Kingsport and to Johnson City to play in a tournament, and it's prepared them for this moment right now as they knock off Sevier County, the Region 1 champions, final score 8-3. I'll tell you, and this is the 5th time that we've played Sevier County. The Wildcats lost the one time up in Kingsport and the one game today, but the Wildcats win it when it matters today. In the final game of the sectional round, the final score of the ball game, Oak Ridge wins it by a final score of 8-3. I would love for Coach Free to remember that we are on the air, because TJ and I are looking forward to eating and heading back to the Ridge, but we're heading back to the Ridge knowing that the Wildcats are going to Murfreesboro.
And that's exciting, because it's the feat that just so few teams get to reach in their lifetimes, and for these guys to make it and to be such a young team, that surprises me more than anything. I think you said there's only 2 seniors playing on this team. All the rest are either freshmen, sophomores, or juniors. So we're going to be loaded again next year. So it's going to be exciting, David.
We do have some other seniors on the team, but they don't. They're great. Like the Layden and Hayden Malcody and James Bowles and Brooks Earls, and we have some other seniors. But these freshmen and these young guys have just played so well. It's hard to get them out of the lineup.
You can't keep them out of the lineup when the way they play. My gosh, you play the best players you've got, and if they're young, they're young. I'm just so glad we've got this much talent coming up in baseball, because folks. It's been a long time coming, and I'm just really excited for this whole transpiration of this team finally winning it all and getting all the way to the state tournament. So it'll be good. It'll be real good.
The conversation. There's pictures being taken down on the field of the Wildcats. We're a long ways away, and they're happy, and they should be. They're going to Murfreesboro. I know, these seniors, they're going to graduate tomorrow, a milestone in their life, but a milestone was reached for them today, too, this whole group.
Better believe it was, and it's something they'll remember the rest of their lives. And then, as history of the Oak Ridge Wildcat baseball team, they're going down in history as the #1 team.
I'd like to go out and win a few ball games, too. Looking at some of the statistics, Caden Black, let's see, had an RBI. He had a single. 2 singles. He walked and he stole a base, scored a run. And let's see, Cam Welch. He's the offensive player of the game. He had 4 RBIs in the ball game. Had a sacrifice fly. He had a single that scored 2. He had a double that scored 1 run. It was off the fence, almost a home run. Mikey Teasley also reached base today a couple of times and scored. Peyton Witter had a walk and a single. Parker had a walk. Also, Richie Ferreira walked and had a single. Cy Stevens had a single. Carson Fagan, Izzy Mitchell, and Joel Pierce all played. And I believe Joel scored a run. Let's see, looking at Kai. Kai had a single as well. Warren East walked, scored a run, had a single. Alex Franklin started the ball game on the hill. But Peyton Witter just came in and shut the door down. He gave up that last run in the 9th inning, but he really, really shut him down. He came in, and they only had maybe 3 hits off of him total in the 4 or 5 innings. 4 innings, I think, 5 innings that he pitched in this one. And Peyton, just phenomenal job, and he's been that way for us all season long. Wildcats had timely hitting. And it's a really, really good Sevier County team they beat tonight.
Yeah, well, it definitely was. And I just looked up that record, David. They're now officially 27, 14, and 1.
I forgot about the loss today. There's a loss today in there. And then the loss to Farragut. I was thinking before the postseason. We only lost 2 postseason ball games, and they were to Farragut and to this team.
Yeah, nothing to be ashamed of there. These both really super good teams. So the Wildcats are going to hold their head really high and get on the bus next week and go to Murfreesboro.
Mike, if you want to head on out, you can do that. I know you've got I'm going to wait until we get our post game going. TJ's gone down to kind of round up some interviews for us. I know with a game like this, we don't see this very often.
I'm just really excited, and I've already talked to the wife or texted her and told her I'd be late, so she's not worried about me. So if she's not worried, I'm not worried.
We'll have a post-game show. I am hoarse, as you can probably tell. I have done a ton of baseball games in the last few days, and I'm not 29 anymore, 30 maybe, but
30 with about 30 years experience to be exact.
Right. Thank you, Mike, for that. But I've enjoyed this baseball team. I've had so much fun today. It was a hot, muggy. It wasn't really too muggy, but it was hot, and and I'm just feeling time here right now. I'd like to. It's before my time. The 71 and 72 team that actually went to the state tournament. I don't remember them. And Mike, I don't know where you were. You were in.
I was working at the hospital in Oak Ridge and wasn't really into athletics at that time, but I was working as a nursing technician in the emergency room of Oak Ridge Hospital in '72.
I know Gary Johns, I think, was part of that team, and Henderson, and there's others. I don't know them. I mean, I know those two guys pretty well. As the celebration continues out, and this is what I love a lot about high school sports, but I hate a lot about it too. And what I hate is to see the sadness. These are probably seniors of the Sevier County team, and their career and season's over, and that happens to us. There's only one team happy at the end of the year.
Oh, I know. Hey, do I ever know? I've been there. My last football game, it crushed me. I thought it would be the last game. Of course, I played 2 years in the Marine Corps, but I didn't know that at the time. It was my last high school game, and it's very sad, very emotional. You put everything into it in your heart and soul, and then it comes down and you lose your last game of the year, and you walk away with sadness in your heart. But that's life. The sun's going to come up tomorrow. You just have to keep on going and be joyous in what happened. It's the process of getting there is the main thing, and somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. It's always tough. It is heart rendering, though. I tell you, there's a lot of emotion in sports, and that's why I enjoy being around sports so much because of all the emotions, David.
Brad Jones just gave me a scoring update. The Farragut Admirals beat Science Hill tonight 18-0. So they're advancing. Let's see, looks like we're going to have our post-game show. And looks like Warren's coming up first. Let me see, Warren, if you will stand about right there. Let's take that off the stand there for you, sir. There's the old saying, if you'll, let's push it up. Just put all the way up. We've got Warren Easton. Let's back it up to. Let's see if you can you see him in the picture? Yeah. Okay. Is he a good shot though? Yeah. Okay. Let me. Okay, that's Warren East, center fielder for the Wildcats. Warren, there's the old saying. You've probably heard it that 3/4 of the world is covered by water. The other quarter is covered by Warren East out in center field. You had a phenomenal series. I mean, you have been solid all season long in the outfield. You made some spectacular plays. The throw to the plate, the gun down, which would have been their third run in that second inning. And then you got the force out at second on the single, which is huge. You're just the man. That's all I can say, Warren. Talk about your performance today. And I know you want to talk about the team, but I want to talk about you because you are a main part of this tonight. Talk about how you felt today playing in this game.
There's no words to describe it. I mean, we went out there and did our stuff. I just went out there and played my game.
Well, let's talk about the first game. Cam had 4 RBIs in this game, and I was thinking he's probably getting revenge because we couldn't score for him in the first ball game. He pitched great in that game. The guy just pitched a little bit better. How important is it for this team to make it, beat Sevier County, and head to the state tournament for the first time in this program since 1972?
Like
How important?
Years. Oh my gosh, Coach Free, he's worked so hard to build this program up. I mean, we have I don't even know how many transfers. Like, he's worked so hard to get good players here, and he's put his whole time and effort into this, and it's showing off.
And you're a freshman. I mean, and Mike and I were talking just a moment ago about all the seniors you have on the team that can't break in the lineup because you guys are playing so well. But those guys are just as important as the rest of them.
They're the heart of our team.
Yeah,
the heart of our team.
Like the Malcotes. I mean, they don't get in the game, but they are I can hear them.
They love it.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do. I thought you might have gotten a home run. The ball kind of died out in the outfield.
The ball does not fly here. I thought Cheeto had one too.
So do we. That was about as close as it came. So, Warren, we don't know who you'll play. You'll either play Tuesday or Wednesday, but you're going to the state tournament. And, Farragut's a pretty formidable team. They won 18-0 over Science Hill. They're going back. You played them once. I'd like to play them in the state championship game. Yeah. What's your thoughts heading to the state tournament?
We need to take a game at a time. We have 3 more wins until the state championship. Just take a game at a time.
Warren, I appreciate it. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
That is Warren East. Let's see. Looks like Peyton Witter might be up next. That's one of my favorite interviews, and we'll get Peyton here. Alex Franklin started the ball game, and yeah, we'll see. We'll get Mike. We'll get you in the picture wherever you are. Okay, Peyton Witter. Phenomenal effort by you today. I know you always talk team first. we'll talk team first, and I do want to come back to you. This program has not been to the state tournament since 1972. I wasn't even around. I mean, that's way before my time. But how important is it to get to the state tournament for this program with the young team that you're playing with?
I mean, it's awesome. It's something you'll never forget. I know I'll never forget. And one thing I've talked about it all year. Like, I've never been able to play with a team that's so like fully rounded all the way around. You've got people who want the program. Everybody's playing for the program, and we've got a lot of talent. So it's awesome to play with.
That's exactly what Warren just said. Hayden and Lane, they don't play, but they love
I love
being
it.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I can hear them from here.
Yeah.
They're into the ball game. They don't play.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you we're not going to play,
Yeah.
but they're so important. Like you said, it's a well-rounded team. Some of the seniors don't play, but you guys came here. You lost the first game 1-0, and just a brilliant pitching performance
Yeah.
by their guy. I think he's
Yeah.
a Mr. Baseball finalist.
He is,
so.
yeah.
And then Cam comes out and gets 4 RBIs.
Yeah.
And you could have, because the pressure's on you, I think, in the second game, today, because, you're at home, they're at home, you've just lost, you haven't been hitting.
Yeah.
Talk about how important was it to the resiliency of this team to get the 8 runs in this one.
I mean, I realized that, when we showed up, to be honest, from my perspective, we weren't really ready to play. And I noticed that, but I think we did a good job in between games realizing, like, this could be it. Like, we have to get it done. And everybody figured it out, and we got on them early. A lot of guys like CB and I, we both been struggling. It's no secret. And we were able to come together and get runs when it mattered. So that's.
You haven't been struggling on the mound, and this is another opportunity for me to talk to you. You were on the mound when you send your team to the state tournament. What was that like for you?
It's unreal. I mean, if you could see on the camera, I was trying to hold it in the whole time, but that last pitch, I couldn't help but smile. I was waiting to celebrate with everybody. So.
Of course. So what was working well for you today?
Change up. I love the change up, and it was working a lot today. I always look to throw it. Anytime I get to pick a pitch, that's what I'm picking. So
first guy you hit in the head, a little bit wild, but, and then you walked the second guy. But then the defense stepped up for you. Got that double play, I believe, there in the inning, and then after that, I think you only allowed maybe 2 hits, 3 hits, maybe at most. The 1 run late in the ball game, but you were phenomenal. I mean, is this one of your best performances of the year?
Well, besides the beginning had me a little rattled, but after that it was just I couldn't help but laugh. It was just like I got to lock in, and I did. And kind of just what I'm trying to do is throw strikes. I know this is the best defense I've ever had behind me when I was pitching, so it's kind of just leaning on them, and they get it done for me, and I get done for them. So
the good thing is you don't have to play Farragut in the first round. They won 18-0, I think, today over Science Hill, so they're going back. But the good news is you're going. It doesn't matter who you play. You'll play either Tuesday or Wednesday. You'll find out tomorrow, I'm sure. Talk about it. Just talk about what it means to you to go to a state tournament.
This is what I've been dreaming about forever. And I came from a school with a team at the time. I love them. I still love them, but from a team at the time that wasn't very athletically skilled. And so it's kind of like you have those dreams, but they're never really reality. And this whole season, it's actually been a reality, and it's been great to chase it for the past 2 months.
Peyton, how many interviews is this for us? It's a lot.
I don't know. It's been a lot.
It's been a lot.
It's a good thing, though.
And I appreciate just your final comments on this day.
I just want to say my nanny, my nana, and papa, they watch every game, so I thank you for watching. It means more than you know. So,
Peyton, thanks a lot, and congratulations. That is Peyton Witter. His bling, yeah. We're waiting. Let's see if I've got anybody else. Looks like Coach Free. We'll hopefully get a chance to talk to him. I know that Sevier County will want us to close it down, but I'm going to lay the mic down. Hopefully Coach Free will come over to talk to me. The final score, the Wildcats win it 8-3. They are headed to the state tournament for the first time in 52 years, Mike Sheehan.
That is a tremendous accomplishment, David. And the way these players talk, they're young, but boy, they're smart, and they play so well together, and they like each other, and then the camaraderie they have with the players that don't play, just like you were talking about in the dugout. It's like cheerleaders, David. Even when they're down, they say nice things, and they pump them up, and they go over and they talk to them and pat them on the back and say, it'll get better next time. And this team has got better next time. And the next time they pick up their gloves, they'll be in Murfreesboro at the state tournament, something the team hasn't done since 1972. that is a tremendous accomplishment.
Yeah, most definitely. But as I said, it's sad to look out in the left field right now. The Smoky Bears have also had a great season.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're the Region 1 champions. They beat that Science Hill team, and they're having their final comments. I'm with their coach. I see Coach Free is beginning to make his way towards me, and I'll get ready for that. The Wildcats victorious. Mike, if you'll hand me back that mic, and then I will hand it to Coach Free. I would assume Coach Free is a little happy today, a little excited. I think that's probably the word. Coach, first off, congratulations. It's been a long time for this program to get to Murfreesboro or wherever the state tournament is being held. It's 52 years.
That's cool.
And your guys are going.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And talk about what it means to the program first.
I mean, it's just been a long time coming. You know, it's been I don't know. I'm so glad to be a part of Oak Ridge. I'm so glad to be a part of just this team and this community. And I mean, this has been the most fun I've had coaching. Really, one other time in 2017 I can remember enjoying every moment of the day like I do this year. Like every day I just love coming to the field. I love coming to practice. I love being around them. I love seeing them at school. I don't know, it's cool, man. It just really is. And we've had our ups and downs. I mean, there's no secret to it that we have struggled at times and we have overcome at times, but also it's made us who we are. And it is really, really, really fun to watch them.
One thing I was thinking about, all the games, you went to Alabama, you went to Kingsport, you played a pretty good schedule. It made you ready for this moment.
That's
I mean, Sevier County is a really good team. They're the Region 1 champions. You've played, this is the fifth time we played them. And, fifth time we played them. And, you beat them pretty good last night, but it took 9 innings. So it was a tough ball game. They came out, and he's a winner, the pitcher.
Yep.
2-hitter, Mr. Baseball finalist, I think.
Yep.
And I think the pressure then comes on you.
Yeah.
Because you're on the road, you haven't been hitting, and you're going up against Sevier County on their home field. But as you always say, these guys are resilient.
Yeah.
And they just bounce back.
They're built for it, man. They're built for it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really awesome. Brady, the pitcher for them, is the best we've seen all year. But I think that we need to make sure that we shout out that Cam Welch matched him pitch for pitch.
Most definitely.
He matched him pitch for pitch. He matched him the whole way with energy, all of it. He did everything just as Brady did. We just gave up one first and third play that we thought that one run would be nothing, but it turned out to be the difference in the game. So, but he is great, and you're right. It did give them some momentum going into the second game. But, you guys, as we told you before, we're kind of built for it. We're built for this moment. We were built for today. We knew that we had the pitching advantage in the second game. We knew that we would have that if we just were able to find some offense, and we did. We finally got some big hits, breaking loose there.
I was thinking this jokingly. Cam didn't get any run support in that first game. He knocked in 4 runs in this ball game.
Yeah. Well, he said after the game, he said, "I guess I'm just going to hit him in myself." He said something along those lines. He was fired up. He did. And he missed his 5th one when I can't believe the ball didn't go out. 92 miles an hour fastball, and
for whatever reason.
It plays huge, doesn't it? The field plays huge. Like I felt like 4 balls. Okay. 2 last night, Mikey's and Parker's ball in the right center gap felt like they would have been out in some places. I felt like Warren's ball that he hit way out there at the warning track was really barreled up, and then Cam's ball. All 4 of those balls were barreled. I figured they'd be close, but none of them went out.
Coach, I was thinking about defense too. Warren East was just phenomenal out there. He threw a guy out at the plate, made a forced play out at second on a single. Noah Wood made a super play last night's ball game. Your defense, you've got great pitching, but your defense was just phenomenal as well.
Yeah, awesome. And that's what I kept telling them, just defend to the end right now. Like now it's just about making plays, making routine plays, making plays to the end. Even that play right there in the 7th where Peyton back to the mound and almost like caught it behind his back, almost just a one hop in his glove, just made that play. That was huge. And every time we just kept making them, kept defending, and it just is hard to score when you don't make mistakes or put them on base with free passes.
Coach, I know everybody wants to get home, but you're headed to the state tournament. Final 8 in the state. It's heading there with you. So 2 teams from Region 2. You'll be opposite of them in the bracket, which is good.
Yep.
And I guess you don't care who you play.
No, I don't care. I've looked a little bit who it was. I'll start to look at that maybe tomorrow. I don't know when it'll go finalized. I don't know. I know some teams just started playing tonight. So we'll kind of look at it and start to break it down. I knew one team that we played down in Gulf Shores, Alabama, Green Hill. they won their game 1 last night. So we've seen them before, and they're kind of one more win there.
That's
They're
the
in.
team
So
Mount Juliet, right?
yeah, Mount Juliet area. Yeah, we saw them, and then the rest of them I haven't. But I'll start ringing the phones and finding what I need to find as we get closer to that. But we're going. We're on our way. We punched the ticket, and we got the next step ahead of us, and now it's just figure out what to do and try to teach these kids what it's like when you go down there. It's just different. It's a different world. You have like this environment here is like what high school baseball is all about. You go to the state tournament, you're going to have 50 fans, just family for the first couple days, and it just kind of goes and it's kind of quiet. So it's interesting how that works. But try to teach them, show them where they're going, and move forward.
Coach, thanks a lot, and congratulations again.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. So thankful for Oak Ridge and just the community in itself. I love it.
It's Coach Travis Free, head coach of the Wildcats. Oak Ridge wins it 8-3, and they're headed to Murfreesboro and the state tournament. That about does it here from Sevier County High School. The Wildcats win it 8-3. Mike, some short comments. I know the Sevier County guys want to get out of here.
This has just been one of the most exciting trips I've made in a long time up here to Sevier County. It's a beautiful place to play. Weather could not have been any better. Maybe a little too warm early on, but boy, it's nice out here now. And to win this game and getting to go to the state, and there's a lot of great players that have been through this before, but no team has ever done any better than Oak Ridge has to get to the state since 1972. A tremendous accomplishment. Enjoyed it, David. Thank you for letting me help you out, and I look forward to seeing you in football season.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Appreciate you coming up here. TJ, a double header. He had to skip school to do it, but we had a good day. Final score of the ball game: the Wildcats win at 8-3, and they're headed to Murfreesboro in the state tournament. Until then, this is David Clary saying, so long, everybody.